And join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Are we ready to go? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning and welcome to our Thursday morning regularly scheduled commission meeting for May 30th, 2024. My name is Andy Hunthausen. To my left, Commissioner Tom Rolfe. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
To Tom's left, we have Brandy Spangler and Nadine McCarty, who'll be taking care of us today. Good morning. To my right, Commissioner Candace Payne.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Frank Cornwell, our Chief Financial Officer. Roger Baltz, our CAO. Good morning, gentlemen. There's a sign-in sheet in the front as well as agendas. Today is full of budget meetings. We're going to meet with everyone about their, well, a lot of people about their budget, a lot of different departments and offices about their budgets. So before we jump into that, Mr. Baltz or Mr. Cornwell, anything that you would like to share with us as a preamble? I know Mr. Baltz, you did that the other day. So I'll pass it to you for a moment.
Well, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, no, nothing. This is a continuation of all the budget presentations. We'll have a full day of several departments and several elected offices coming in. And then we'll be following this up with our wrap-up meeting, just as a reminder, next week as we go through an overview of all the presentations and keep building our budgets. So nothing new to report, just looking forward to the presentations.
Thank you very much. Okay, with that, we'll jump right in. Our sheriff is with us today, Sheriff Leo Dutton and his team. I'll let you introduce yourself and the rest of your gang. And you have the floor, sir, and we'll look forward to hearing about your proposed budget for 2025. Good morning.
Chairman Hunthausen, Commissioners et al. Good morning. Well, whoever you are. Anyway, thank you for mouthing those words of congratulations. This morning, we're going to go over the budget for the 2024-25 budget, I believe it is. And I'm going to start off, as we do, with the mission statement, vision statement, and budget highlights, and a budget summary and closing. I did bring the division commanders and the people who are leaders in the office of sheriff to present their section of the budget, and then I will close. So we'll start off with the mission statement. Is the mission of the Lewis and Clark County Sheriff's Office to provide professional law enforcement services in partnership with the community. The vision statement is we're dedicated to enhancing the life in Lewis and Clark County through progressive law enforcement, quality personnel, innovative training, and incorporating the latest technology. The budget highlights for the fiscal year 24, you'll see has been organized in the order of an importance. As always, the first and most important priority is to ensure law enforcement services are maintained or adequately maintained. These services are primarily consist of ensuring adequate patrol shift staffing for both officer and public safety. A priority one is a priority of the Sheriff's Office to maintain a culture of customer service. And I think this started probably 12 years ago, somewhere in there, about the ideal or philosophy that we of Lewis and Clark County, not just the Sheriff's Office, but the Lewis and Clark County as a whole, need to remember whom we serve, and that is the citizens of this county. So we adopted that as our number one policy, as asked to be, that customer service is the job number one. Job number two, the second priority is to have the detention center fully staffed. The current staffing level is not sufficient, although the recruitment process for the Sheriff's Office has been improved. 16 detention officer positions are currently vacant. Those are a challenge in themselves. The third priority is to increase sworn staff that meet the high demand for crimes against children. Investigators are overwhelmed by this increasing trend in these crimes. Over the past 2 years, the numbers of incidents reported have grown significantly. However, staffing has not. We're going to give you the data. One of the things that you'll see during this presentation is a change in how we're presenting the budget. Usually I got up here and tried to breathe fire in your direction and tell you how important it was, but I did not give you the data that you need if you have to defend the budget as well as me. So you'll get the data, you'll get all of those things that we're going to propose. And I do want to thank Frank and Roger and the new Sherry here for going over this budget, moving it back and forth, coming up as budgets go. They start big and they get distilled down. So thank you for working with us. It is a manageable budget. We have the money and things are tight, but also the increase in what I would say is the hardest crime to work besides family member assault is the sex crimes against children. And those are on the rise. I hate to say it, but it's true. Fourth priority is our vehicle fleet. Our budget includes 10 vehicles for our sworn positions. High mileage puts on, or as the high mileage puts on the vehicles requires a rotation every 3 to 4 years. And understand that it's our vehicles are driven differently than Public Works or any other office in the county. You get in them, they have to be reliable. You're responding to emergencies. And I know that it's often termed that we drive them like we stole them. That's not true, but we do drive them hard and we drive them with the utmost efficiency. We send people to driver training, but again, they have to be ready to drive quickly. And you get into a pursuit and there's not a whole lot of time to wonder, are the tires good? Are the brakes good? Is the engine going to blow up on me when seconds matter? Seconds matter when someone's choking or someone's taken a hostage or they're fighting, and you know if you don't get there within time that possibility the victim will be killed. That's going through your mind. And you're trying to get there as quickly as you can. So that's why preventative maintenance and keeping vehicles updated is just critical. So I'm going to go quickly over a budget summary. So the personnel budget to include the 3.5 COLA, step increases, longevity increases in health, plan increase, you'll see an increase in our budget. The personnel, the detention center, continues to have significant number of positions open. Currently, there are 24 positions open. Overtime budget has increased due to actual people that need to fill those. 2 patrol positions have been added to the FY25 budget. You'll notice that. Operations and maintenance increase from 24. Minor equipment includes replacement of chairs, storage tubs and racks for the storage room, concealed weapons printer, 39,000 for mobile data terminals, 80,876 taser purchase to include the training, 32,676 for command vehicle warranty, corner cameras and lenses, 325,000 for replacement of vehicles and a SWAT drone. Capital expenditures, capital contribution is for the purchase of a concealed weapons card, laminator, deputy pistols and rifles. And thank you for the ARPA money that we will be going to a standard weapons platform for handgun, 9 vehicles, facility improvements and morgue improvements needs, reserve trailer and Motorola APX. Brent will explain all about radio and he loves it. So he'll be going over that. The sheriff inmate 232 inmate fund, increasing the budget from 30,000 to cover inmate medical services. The sheriff fund of 233, personnel increase in overtime due to actual overtime is 36,000. Operation maintenance, 364,000 to increase in jail meal costs and taser purchase to include training. And you'll remember that Rogers brought that up several times at meetings about the increase in the jail cost. So we've got a budget for that. And SSD, 78,000 increase for fiscal year 2025. And I'll reserve for closing. Next one is communications with the Undersheriff Colbert.
Fair Commissioners, Under Sheriff Brent Colbert, good morning. I get the privilege of going over the communications or the radio system that we have. And as you can see in the books, it hasn't really, it has changed. I won't say it hasn't changed, but we've been doing this communication part of the budget since 2004 when it first started. A lot of that is still the same. It is one of the most, if not the most important part of the public safety, not just the sheriff's office, but all first responders. If we don't have a radio system, we don't talk, and that causes a big problem for anything else that we do. So with that being said, in 2018, the state received a legislative appropriation that provides $2 million a year for 10 years to update and maintain the radio system. This funding was not enough for everything. However, it does provide for Motorola updates and services for all the radio sites. And as you know, we have several throughout the county and in the city. It also goes with the 911 dispatch radio console in Helena. The core of this whole this radio system not only does Lewis and Clark County, but it does what we want to do is the whole state, and people are starting to join more and more to this radio system. The master site is here in Helena, over at the jail site. Due to some of the county costs being offset by the state. So I'm trying to look at it must have been 2018, the state started their contribution. We're in a partnership with the state for the radio system. Due to the county costs being offset by the state, we have put some of the funding into building a monitoring and alerting system. What that is I have talked to Charlie, our guy who maintains all this. And he is very good and very knowledgeable. And where we had run into some problems before is we had no way to monitor some of these sites, such as the one on Stonewall and some of these other places. And when something went down in those sites, maybe we wouldn't know we ran out of propane or the generator wasn't running until it actually made a problem we had to fix later on. Charlie has come up with a good way of putting a monitoring system in there, and that's what he has been working on, is continually working on. And that will be the focus of this upcoming year. So if you look in your budget there, he's not really asking for anything more than they've already had, but he is going to put some away for unanticipated costs. As you know, that happens quite a bit. And I can entertain any questions that you have over the radio system.
Questions about this piece, commissioners, at this time? Looks like you're good to go. For the
Thank you,
moment.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I'll be sitting over there if you do come up with any questions.
I have a comment on your way back, just that really appreciate the work that Charlie does, and recognizing that some of these sites are in pretty unhospitable places that are fun to go to in July, but other than that,
Not in December.
You're
Thank you,
right.
Mr. Chair.
Next is Captain Robinson. He'll cover the investigations division and patrol.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, good morning. I'm Captain Brian Robinson with the Sheriff's Office. I supervise the Criminal Investigations Division and the Patrol Division. Commissioner Payne, I will do my best not to use any acronyms.
You can use them.
You will stop me and ask your question. So
But just one time.
in respect for everybody's time, I'm going to do my best not to use any acronyms today. So we're going to start out with criminal investigations. These guys are the ones that do all the work that ends up in the news and makes us look good. Right now, our criminal investigations division is generally supervised by me and directly supervised by a sergeant. In addition to that sergeant, there are 7 spots for detectives and 1 full-time evidence technician. These guys, they investigate all the major crimes, the homicides, the sexual crimes, the major felonies that we have in Lewis and Clark County. They end up on these guys' desks. In addition to just a general detective, we have to assign somebody as our violence against women's deputy. We have domestic violence that happens in this county. We dedicate 1 person specifically to investigate those crimes. In addition to that one, we dedicate a deputy to do internet crimes against children, also known as the ICAC deputy. That has become the forefront of law enforcement across the nation over the last several years, to where we felt we needed to put somebody in there who could dedicate the majority of their time investigating those type of cases. About 3 years ago, we partnered with the county attorney's office to put one of our detectives in their office. It helps as a liaison between the county attorneys that are prosecuting cases and the deputies and detectives that are investigating the cases. They have a direct liaison to our office. We have a direct liaison to their office. And Deputy Josh Van Dyke does a great job of keeping that good relationship between Kevin Dounce and his staff and us. As you can see, we pulled up some stats in 2023 out of, I'm going to say there's about 6 detectives that work in there. We have 2 open spots that need to be filled, but out of those 6 detectives, they wrote 1,419 reports. As compared to patrol, as we'll get into the next section, that is a lot of reports for 6 people to write. Over the last 5 years, they've averaged, an average year is 1,600 reports per year. They do a lot of work and they're very busy. Last 5 years, they have averaged 312 felony cases that they work. So that's almost a felony a day that they're starting to investigate. And in 2022 alone, we don't have the 2023 numbers in yet, but 357 felony cases that detectives work. There's a graph at the bottom of the page that shows kind of how many cases that we've had averaged over the last, 8 years. In 2014, it was 157. In 2022, it was 357. So it's more than doubled in 8 years of the work that they have done. And Sheriff had mentioned it earlier. One of the biggest things is the crimes against children. That has become a huge focus of law enforcement everywhere in the nation. As you can see by the graph from 2013 to 2023, there has been an increase in crimes against children. I don't know why the increase happened so much in 2016. I'm guessing people started to report these crimes more often. I think there was legislation put in that required schools, doctors, counselors to start mandatory reporters that had to report these offenses. That way they ended up in law enforcement and prosecution hands. So that work is very difficult for our deputies to do. As you can see, we have the Child Advocacy Center, also called the CAC, that does the interviews on all these children. Our detectives, while they don't necessarily participate in the interview, they do have to sit there and watch. And I was just talking to one of our detectives yesterday who has moved out of that realm and is working a different type of investigative cases. And he said, thankfully, I don't have to do that every day anymore because it is very difficult to the things they have to listen to. So in 2013, the Child Advocacy Center did 146 interviews on children. In 2023, it went up to 224, and it just continues to increase every year. And those detectives spend a lot of time investigating those crimes because we do need to speak for those victims who can't speak for themselves. We'll move on to the patrol division. That is, I'm going to call the backbone of the sheriff's office. It is the second largest division behind the detention center of where the majority of our deputies are. As you know, we do 24/7 law enforcement services in the county. So 24/7, 365, doesn't matter if it's a holiday or not, we got deputies on the street. Minimum of 3 every shift. The patrol shifts, we have 3 teams right now. Each team we like to have 7 on each team, so for a total of 21 deputies assigned to local patrol. Each deputy or each team is supervised by at least 1 sergeant, and there are 6 other deputies assigned to the team. We do have 3 deputies that are assigned to Lincoln, Wolf Creek, and Craig, with both Lincoln and Augusta hoping to have resident deputies. Well, we will have a resident deputy back in Lincoln, hopefully next March when he gets off of probation. We have a current resident deputy in Augusta, Devin Taylor. I'm sure you have met him at Augusta Government Day. He is a great guy. And we have a Wolf Creek Craig deputy who commutes from Helena every day. So for a total of 24 deputies really that are assigned to the patrol division. And these guys respond to everything. So emergency calls for service, whether they be crimes, natural disasters, barking dogs, civil complaints, whatever it may be, you get a patrol deputy 24/7. In 2023 alone, the sheriff's office was assigned to respond to 16,900 calls for service. That is a lot of calls for service to respond to over the year. They wrote 2,856 reports over the last, and an average over the last 5 years. We've responded to over 16,146 calls for service. So, it keeps going up every year, the calls for service that we get in. And on average, over the last 5 years, patrol writes 2,880 reports. So they're busy. They write a lot of reports. They do a lot of good things. We're just busy. Public safety is always going to be busy. It's never going to stop. We have also 1 full-time animal control officer. I don't have the stats on the calls that she takes, but I know she has a lot of calls for service. And when she is not working, those fall on the responsibility of patrol. So Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, anything after 6 o'clock on the weekdays, that falls to the patrol to investigate. We just can't hold those calls for service until she comes back to work. So we're looking at maybe increasing that sometime in the future. In addition, we also have 12 reserve deputies who volunteer their time, a lot of their time, to come help us out. Without our reserve corps, we couldn't provide a lot of the services that we do for this community. They help us out a lot with, Forest Service contracts, which I have presented on before. They do all our rodeos, the Lincoln Rodeo, the Augusta Rodeo, and the Stampede. So those are a great group of men and women who volunteer their time because they have day jobs as it is. And then they come and volunteer their time with us. So I appreciate those folks. In addition, patrol, we are the catch-all. When civil's not around to serve papers, we got to serve civil papers. When there's no detention to transport inmates, we got to transport inmates. When mental health commitments come up, we got to drive them to Warm Springs. It's just the nature of the beast. That's what we do. And the more people we have on the street, the better off we are to respond to emergencies. We're going to kind of talk about what it costs to hire a brand new deputy sheriff really quick. There's a pie graph that Sherry had made for us, which I appreciate. First year, brand new deputy costs $160,000 roughly. And that big expense is the vehicle. I mean, we can't get around that. Vehicles have gone crazy in price over the last couple of years, but we got to have cars for them to drive. Law Enforcement Academy has raised their prices. So they're now at $2,500 for the 3 months that they're at the academy. The ballistic vest is around $1,500. With the purchase of the new handguns, once again, thank you very much. We actually started that project this week. Yesterday was our first day of transition, and I heard it went very well. It's $1,000 for that weapons platform. Average about $500 for uniforms during the first year. The taser, that's going to be a brand new thing. Those are roughly $2,000 a piece. Everybody gets issued their own taser. And then the wages roughly for a brand new starting deputy is $86,000. So that's the total cost. Obviously that shrinks significantly the second year because we're not buying somebody a brand new vehicle every year, but still the cost is quite high. I do want to bring to your attention, I know this is probably something I should leave for the sheriff, but I do want to talk a little bit about East Helena. We are having to cover more and more of their calls for service as time goes by. Just recently, they do not have the staffing to provide any law enforcement services after 5 PM. So those calls for service fall to the sheriff. We don't get compensated for it. Dispatch doesn't have an option of just not dispatching anybody. They have to tell somebody. Who that falls to is it falls to our officer in charge. Then our officer in charge has to make the decision. Do I send somebody or do we hold it until East Helena PD has an officer on? We have taken the stance that if it's an emergency call for service where life or limb is or life or property is threatened, we're going to go no matter what, because that's the priority. Something that's not life threatening or can wait, we will typically hold. But the problem is a barking dog complaint between neighbors can turn violent in a split second. So we have to make those constant decisions of whether or not we're going to respond. And we're having to cover their jurisdiction more and more. And now we're covering it every day between 5 PM and 7 AM the next morning. So that's just something to think about as we talk about our budget increases. I'm more than happy to take any questions you folks have on criminal investigations and patrol, or we can wait until the end.
Thank you very much.
I did have
You have one right now?
just a
Commissioner.
question on the East Helena Patrol. Do they have somebody on duty on the weekends and on holidays, or do you cover those periods of time also?
Weekends, they only have a officer on duty between 7 AM and 4 PM. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There might be questions later.
And of note for budget, I would like to add that the county attorney does budget for half of the cost for the deputy. We entered into agreement when Leo Gallagher was there, hopefully that Kevin Downs will still do that he pays half the cost of the deputy and we pay the other half. So that was a help, that helped him and helped us.
Sheriff, can you just explain which deputy again?
Yeah,
For
the
those,
deputy that's assigned to, sorry, was in my mind. The deputy that's assigned to the county attorney's office as a liaison, that the county attorney pays half of that wage and then other half comes out of our budget. Thank you for the reminder or clarification.
okay.
The next is Captain Bragg, and he'll cover SWAT and the detention center.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, good morning. Like Sheriff Dutton said, I'm Captain Bradley Bragg. I'm the detention captain. I'm also the field operation commander for the SWAT team. So that's why I'm going to go over the SWAT team and what we do and how we go about business. And I know I already said an acronym twice, so I'll go over it. It's Special Weapons and Tactics Team is what SWAT stands for. I'll try and circle back to those and get them as we go, but
One other thing that I would find helpful, if we've got this book in front of us, and I would like to be looking at the correct page. What page is the SWAT on?
16.
Up, thank you.
So as the write-up kind of goes over, and I'll give you kind of a brief overview, the SWAT team responds to those high risks situations, our barricaded suspects, our high-risk search warrants where we're anticipating running into a violent situation. So we have those additional equipment. That's where you see the bear running around with those type of missions. So we have additional armor. So that way, if we're getting shot at, it can absorb some of those. So that way we don't have to, and the public doesn't have to. We also deploy our team as an assistance to other teams throughout the state through Montana Mutual Aid. We do this regularly because, and we run into this sometimes with people asking why we send our team outside of the county. And it's because we're going to get the help coming back to us when we need that help. Great examples are 2015, when we had our manhunt up in the North Hills for 3 straight days. Our SWAT team wouldn't have been able to handle that. Just our team alone. So we actually had SWAT teams from across the state, the FBI, everybody came and helped us out. And that was because we're willing to help them out whenever they have those big situations. So a lot of times some people and taxpayers see us going out of county. That is the reason why, is we help out other counties so they help us out when really bad things happen. We've also been on standby for the Montana State Prison. when they do mass shakedowns of the entire facility, just in case it starts getting out of hand, we can bring in our SWAT team, and I'll go over our civil disobedience team as well for being able to get that back under control. All right, and then we'll move over to page 18 for you. We'll go over the detention center budget. As Sheriff Dutton talked about, we are down some detention officers. Our recruiting has been going better. We've been getting more people, getting more applicants, getting people online. We still are running into a lot of issues of we lose them pretty quickly to different street jobs. We lose them to county patrol. We lose them to city patrol. I lost one to Dillon PD. We lose it to probation and parole. That's kind of the nature of the beast with detention center staffing is a lot of those guys are using that as that stepping stone to get to a law enforcement career outside of the detention center. So it's kind of the nature of the beast, and we're making do with what we can. But we also take it as a point of pride that we're building the right people within the detention center, that not just our agency's patrol, but other agencies' patrols want to hire our people. So it shows we're actually getting good quality people and making them even better. As you go through the numbers, you see the increases that we've had with our detention center and why we're having some increases within our budget. We have nearly doubled our average, or we have more than doubled our average time served per inmate. In 2014, the average amount of time a person spent in our facility was 11.28 days. And then it is now 23.37. And we've also decreased the number of people coming through the jail. So what that tells you is those two numbers right there tell you that we're only really keeping felonies now. We're not having the people coming in for 1 or 2 days at a time because they're just here until they see the judge and then they get kicked out. The people that we're having in our detention center are the ones that really need to be in the detention center. So it kind of shows that we're doing what we told the voters we would do when we did the mill levy for the jail and tried to decrease the people that didn't need to be in the jail. We're making it so if you're in the jail, you probably really need to be in there. But that also plays into our average daily population has nearly doubled. So while we're only keeping the ones that we absolutely have to, we are keeping the ones we have to in-house without having to farm it out to everybody else. But we are getting up into the 166 for last year for our average daily population. We hit a new record high a couple of weeks ago of 191 inmates in our facility at one time. And earlier this week, we're still in the 170s of trying to recover from that. So we have a continued problem as this county continues to grow. We're going to need more jail space as we continue to go on. And then I can answer any questions about these or wait till the end, and then I'll be back up. What's that? That's right. Sherry is here to help pick up the slack when I miss stuff. One of the things that came up this last year with our budget was the inmate meals and what we were paying for that. So when we put together our budget last year, we were not informed by the vendor that they were going to be increasing their prices. So they increased our prices about $1 per meal without letting us know. So we built our budget based off of what we believed the price was going to be and built it off of what our average daily population was. Well, unfortunately, with that $1 increase, it doesn't seem like much, but when you have to buy 3 meals for $1 increase, 365 days with the amount of meals that we do, it added up quickly. So we ran into about January, we about spent all of what we had budgeted for food. So this year we actually were able to get a confirmation of what the price is going to be. And we actually increased our number of meals up to 185 just to be on the safe side. So that's why you see that increase from $525,000 last year to $850,000 to feed all the inmates. So that way we don't have to worry about that coming out of somewhere else. So we did account for that within our budget and made sure we had that taken care of for this coming year.
Thank you. Questions, commissioners, at this point? Thank you.
Perfect. I'll bring Sheriff Dutton back up.
Thank you. And as you can imagine, detention is a demanding, risky job, and we're thankful of the people that are doing it. Captain Wright will now cover quite a few of them. We'll see how long that he can do. I mean, how efficiently and interesting he can make this. And if you know Captain Wright, it's going to be great. Captain Wright.
Oh, we know Captain Wright. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Thank you so much for having us here today. I have some pretty awesome people to follow up, so I will try to match their enthusiasm and information as provided. If you will go to page 9, I will start with fleet management. So we do have a committee at the sheriff's office of staff members who have experience with vehicle maintenance and are familiar with the use of law enforcement vehicles. The goal of the vehicle committee is to keep repair costs down, replace vehicles before they become a maintenance burden, and maximize the monetary return on used vehicles through a resale program. All with the overall objective of employee safety, which is always in our mind. This is done by purchasing quality vehicles and maintaining them according to the manufacturer specifications to ensure the vehicles are reliable and safe for staff during their service life. At the sheriff's office, we typically replace the vehicles about 100,000 to 120,000 miles, which has been deemed the effective service life of a law enforcement vehicle due to the demanding nature of their operation. And what that means is we have specialty vehicles that we operate. When I started in law enforcement, we started with two-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive patrol cars for the most part. And we certainly identified that the technology that is available through vehicles is out there, where we have a lot of all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive vehicles, because I'm sure, as you are all very aware, not every road in Lewis and Clark County is paved. And although our road department does an excellent job of maintaining all the roads, not all of them are in the best shape, and a lot of them that we have to drive on aren't a county or state maintained road. That's just the nature of where we have to go and what we have to do. And we have to have the correct vehicles, and we have to have the correct team behind those vehicles to make sure that they're functioning at the highest level, which is what our vehicle team does. And for us, we have about roughly 85 vehicles, also have several specialty vehicles to include four-wheelers, jet skis, side-by-sides, and also a multitude of trailers to go along with that. And in looking at this for this presentation, I actually learned there's about 39 miles of waterway in Lewis and Clark County. That's on our website, so don't quote me on that. But there's a lot of waterways available where the public does come to recreate, and we have to provide patrol for those areas and safety when something does go awry. And I'll get a little bit more into that when I cover search and rescue as well. And if you go to, actually on the bottom of page 9, the civil division. And I am, as the special operations captain, I oversee that division. We have a sergeant that is in that division and 2 sworn deputies, also to include a process server, paralegal, and an administrative assistant. The civil division provides specific logistical support and staffing to ensure the sheriff's statutory requirements of civil, legal, and criminal papers service and tax collections are completed in a timely and professional manner. The civil division handles the processing, vetting, and issuing also of concealed weapon permits, which is a statutory requirement of the sheriff. In 2023, the civil division served 1,490 papers and processed 596 concealed weapons permits. And moving on to page 14, and I will cover the SROs, the school resource officers. And I'm going to call them SROs because I'm going to report that, but the school resource officers. The SROs are supervised by the special operations captain, that's me, and the immediate supervisor is the training sergeant. Currently, 2 deputies are assigned full-time during the school year as SROs. This assignment was created in 2020 with 1 deputy assigned to the East Helena High School, Go Vigilantes. And in 2022, another deputy was added to the division and was assigned to the East Valley Middle School.
The deputy in the middle school provides SRO services as well as teaching the DARE curriculum to the eighth graders in that school. Both full-time SROs also provide services to other schools in the district. Another deputy who is assigned to DARE is also trained as an SRO and can provide SRO services to the other outlying schools in other districts. In 2022 to 2023 school year, now that's just the school year when the school is in session, those SROs responded to 861 calls for service. If we did not have those deputies assigned to that, that 861 calls for service would have been handled by the patrol division. And on page 15, we will cover DARE. The Drug Abuse Resistance Education is a consolidated established prevention program designed to prepare elementary and high school students with the life skills necessary to combat peer pressure, stress, self-esteem problems associated with the use of drugs, alcohol, and violent behavior. The goal of the DARE program is to educate children on the problems associated with drug and alcohol use and violence through education at an early age. Currently, there's one county deputy assigned full-time to the DARE program. A second DARE certified deputy also serves as the SRO for East Valley Middle School, and he teaches the eighth grade curriculum for DARE. That deputy teaches approximately 170 students each year, and full costs of the program are paid from the Public Safety Fund. About 250 students receive the elementary DARE curriculum each year, and approximately 1,470 students are served by the primary DARE deputy in an SRO capacity. These DARE officers also run a DARE camp every summer where specific DARE graduates get to go and have an experience at DARE camp that is very unique to this county. And also on the bottom of page 15 is the court deputy. So I'll cover that. The court deputy is under general supervision of the special operations captain and immediate supervision of the training sergeant. One deputy is currently assigned as the county court security deputy. This deputy performs law enforcement services at the Lewis and Clark County Courthouse. The court deputy provides security for various hearings and trials for justice court and district court. As per law, the sheriff is required to provide those services. Typical hearings, the deputy is required to be present is restraining orders, sentencing, change of plea, evidentiary hearings, mental health commitment, criminal law in motion, and some civil proceedings where the parties are hostile towards each other or the court. You can certainly imagine that those are a lot of tedious and not always a happy time in the court, and that is where we are required to have a deputy there. In the past 5 years, the court security deputy has averaged 205 calls per year. And I'm actually on page 16 to end that one. Also, further down on page 16 is the water emergency team. And if I'm going too fast, if you want to have questions in between, by all means, I have a lot of them to go through and I'm kind of trucking along.
You're fine. It's not a very shy bunch up here, so they'll jump in if they want to ask something.
As I'm well aware. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
The water emergency team provides an expedited emergency response to water emergencies on the waterways of Lewis and Clark County. The team conducts boat safety patrols in the county. They also promote safe, responsible boat and watercraft operations by enforcing state laws and conducting boat safety compliance checks. And again, as I mentioned prior, there are about roughly 39 square miles of waterway in Lewis and Clark County, all of which patrolled by the water emergency team. I won't go a lot into it, but there is a very rigorous test that those deputies have to pass in order to be on the team. You can't just sit out in the water and sit around with floaties on and make the team. You have to actually be able to be pretty proficient swimmer and effective at rescue operations. Also at the bottom of page 16 is the honor guard.
I have a question here.
Yep.
On your water emergency team,
Yes.
I'm a non-swimmer, so do they get paid extra for this duty, or is it just the honor of being on the team?
It's an honor of being on the team. Of course, if they come out during an overtime situation, they do get compensated that way.
Okay,
But there is no, a lot of our specialty teams, there is no extra pay to be on them. It's just, we have a lot of deputies that have a passion, like the SWAT team
Mhm.
or our civil disobedience team, which I believe you'll hear about later. Thanks, Brad. And those deputies that are passionate about providing those services, that's what they get out of that.
Thank you.
Very similar to the honor guard, which we will talk about as well. The Lewis and Clark County Sheriff's Office Honor Guard performs specialized team positions such as pallbearing, folding, and presenting the United States flag, casket bearing, casket watch, and firing party in accordance with standard procedures. They execute drills and ceremony maneuvers, operate and maintain exceptional standards of bearing and appearance. They typically perform in a joint function with several other law enforcement agencies from across the state. The Honor Guard travels outside Lewis and Clark County to support mutual aid and first responder ceremonies. The overall goal is to provide honor to the ceremonies and represent the peace officer's ultimate sacrifice and patriotic honor to the audience. The Lewis and Clark County Honor Guard is they provide in a diverse range of ceremonies each year. This includes 4 Montana Law Enforcement Academy graduations, Special Olympics Passion Plunge, Mayor and Governor Prayer Breakfast, Peace Officer Memorial Day, 9/11 Remembrance, it's a tough word to say there, retirements and funerals, and several other events. Each of these events hold a special place in our community, and the Honor Guard's presence is a testament to their commitment. On average, the Honor Guard conducts 20 to 25 ceremonies per year, requiring about 150 hours of training. Ceremonies with high ceremonial maneuvers usually require 8 hours of training, and ceremonies with less ceremonial maneuvers require 2 hours of training prior to the event. As you can see, there's a lot of training involved with that. These guys are good. The guys and gals, excuse me. We have several males and females on the team, and they are very passionate and dedicated to what they do. Further down on page 17 is the MRDTF, the Missouri River Drug Task Force. And I'm just checking my time, so I'm going to kind of cut through a lot of this a little quicker. You asked for the time, and I feel I've given you the history of the watch. Heard that somewhere. So Missouri River Drug Task Force consists of 7 counties with 39 cities comprise the task force, serving an area of approximately 18,043 square miles and a total population of 242,404. With the increasing use of sales of methamphetamine and fentanyl in Montana and its ancillary criminal activity, the work of the investigators assigned to MRDTF is absolutely essential to public safety efforts. Currently, we have 2 deputies, a sergeant, and a corporal assigned to MRDTF. In 2019, the LCSO MRDTF agent managed 29 investigative reports. And in 2023, they managed 85 investigative reports with 4 DTO investigations, drug trafficking organizations investigations. This equates to a 300% increase. And also recently, we did have one of the first convictions for a drug distribution death successfully prosecuted in the state. And we will jump to page 21. For the Coroner's Division, the Coroner's Division provides inquiries into the cause and manner and circumstances of all human deaths as required by law. The deputy coroners are tasked with identifying the deceased persons and as soon as practical will notify the next of kin of the death. In 2023, the coroner division investigated 212 deaths. The division conducted over 420 intakes for cremation authorizations in the county, and there's a chart with some costs on it there. And I will go to page 22 and cover a little bit on there. Apologize for being brief on these last ones. I know time is of importance. For search and rescue, they operate under the command and authority of the sheriff as specified in Montana Code annotated. The sheriff's office is responsible for all search and rescue missions in the county. Trained deputy sheriffs act as liaisons in support of highly skilled volunteer groups. For our search and rescue, they have no paid employees. All members are volunteers who devote nearly 5,000 hours in training and missions for the county in calendar year 2023. Year to date, our volunteers have given 921 hours in training, 478 hours in meetings, 339 hours in missions, and 76 hours of administrative work. For fiscal year 24, they deployed or had at least 19 missions. And any questions?
Thank you very much. Nice job, other than who you're choosing to quote.
We have 9 minutes left, so we'll move right along.
Just
The,
a sec.
which
We're
one?
not in a rush, Leo. This is really important and
Okay,
we appreciate the effort being made to present this in a very clear manner. So do what you need to do.
okay. Brad Bragg is going to cover the 24/7 civil disobedience team, inmate programs, and inmate medical. We know that you got a lot to read and those kind of things, but just a different format than we've taken in past years. Brad?
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, good morning again. Lieutenant Christensen was gonna present this. He had to be out sick today, so I'm gonna go ahead and cover for him. We're gonna start with the 24/7 program, which is on page 10 in your guys' budget for the narrative. So the 24/7 program, it's actually a statewide program that's run by different sheriff's offices. It's a way for DUI offenders for second offense and above to be able to be released from the jail with conditions to be able to help provide their sobriety. So they have a couple of different options of either coming in twice a day to provide samples, or they can actually wear a scram bracelet on their ankle that detects if they have any alcohol in their system through their skin. So as you go through, right now, we currently, as of April 2024, have 94 people. We average between 100 and 120 people that are on the program and different monitoring through either scram, the daily tests, the GPS monitoring, the house arrest. He kind of covers a lot of those different conditions for people to be able to be monitored outside of the facility. So without this program, which we do fund part of this with some of our revenue that comes in from our inmate phone system, but without this, we would have an additional 100 to 120 people within our detention center, either waiting trial because they couldn't follow the conditions that needed to have. So it is a good program for us to be able to relieve some of the pressure on the detention center. But as you saw from the previous numbers, that's only doing so much, is just making it so it's not absolutely horrible. If we go to page 16, we kind of briefly talked about the civil disobedience team when we were talking about the prison earlier. The civil disobedience team, it's actually a volunteer thing with the teams that Captain Wright was talking about. Deputies and detention officers can volunteer for this position. The civil disobedience team responds to large protests to be able to keep the peace. They can respond to any type of riot situation. We actually, in the last legislative session, got called out twice for incidents that were going on at the Capitol to back up MHP and provide assistance with their security that was going on. With the no legislative session coming up again, we are obviously going to be ready to go if we needed to be called out for anything that comes up over there. So it is an important thing, and it does cost money and gear and training and getting everything done that needs to get done. If you go to page 19, is where we go into inmate programs. This is where we provide personal necessities for our indigent inmates. So their shampoo, their soap, their toothpaste, stamped envelopes so they can contact the courts. These are stuff that we have to provide that are necessary for those that do not have money on their books. They have to have that available to them in certain quantities. So this is how we were able to pay for it. Where we get a lot of our revenue to help pay for this is with our inmate phone services. We went through that process last year for switching over to NCIC, where every time a phone call or a text message is sent from an inmate, we receive a percentage of that as a revenue coming back to us for the inmates to be able to have this type of stuff. Part of this fund also pays for the recreational equipment of the TVs, the cable bill, exercise equipment. Yeah, just the stuff that makes it a little bit easier for the inmates, and you run into, well, they're inmates, but we do have to try and keep them occupied so we don't have continued issues. If you don't have the TVs, you're going to have people are going to end up fighting a whole lot more because you don't have something to help distract them. Don't have a way for them to be able to get news. We don't have a way for them to be able to get connection with the outside world at all. So we end up with even more problems if we don't do these kind of things. It also helps the inmate programs with the phone system, also helps fund part of the 24/7 program. While the 24/7 program does have a revenue side of it with certain stuff coming in order to properly run it, you do have to spend more than you're actually bringing in. So we divert some of these inmate programs, funds that are coming in for the phone system to help fund that. It's a good business practice to keep people out of jail if we possibly can. So that's where we divert that is still going to people that would be in the jail if we didn't have this program. And then also additional, the fundings that we have is trying to get additional classes in, getting people in to help get literacy classes, getting AA, NA, these type of programs, sometimes having additional costs. So that's what's in there. And these is what we use to try and reduce recidivism and attempt to prevent us from becoming a revolving door, just coming and going is funding these types of programs. And then the last one I'll go over is page 20. It's our inmate medical services fund. This is always kind of a bigger one and a hard one to really pin down how much it's going to cost. We try and do our best with our numbers as far as what we think is going to happen. But unfortunately, with 160 inmates, there's no way to be 100% sure that we know what's going to happen to each one of those inmates over the next year for their medical costs. So it's kind of a general guess is what we do as far as the best we can of what we've had for past practices, but medications costs and doctor visits and everything like that kind of plays into that. One way that we are working on trying to relieve some of the pressure on the county having to cover these medical costs is I do have a grant in with the opioid abatement funds that were received by the county to help provide for a medical provider for the detention center for the next 5 years. So that way we can reduce the costs to the inmate and to us to be able to provide quicker and more effective medical care for the inmates and also reduce our costs for our prescription medications. So that is one area that grant goes through and we get approved that we can help reduce some of the stress on the county. But ultimately, we're legally responsible for providing this. So if that grant doesn't come through, we got to budget for it and be able to pay for it. And I think that's it. So I'll hand it back to Sheriff Dutton.
Thank you.
Those are the individual areas that we wanted to bring to you and talk about. Generally, we give a brief overview. And I'm trying to think of which one's next, Sherry. What's that? Have it all lined out here. Okay. In my book, it's page 3. So if you turn to page 3, hopefully it's the same on yours. It's a budget summary. And you'll notice that we do have an increase in our budget. We are asking for 2 new deputies. We are at a point, the county is growing. And if you look at the map about what the population of this county is doing, we're being asked to do more. And it's less. Each year we're asked to do more. We try to maintain. Frank gave me a good description of the public safety mill levy is not keeping up with the rate of inflation. But the calls for service, the requests for assistance does not go down. Just recently, the ballot, election security is an issue. Rather than saying, we don't have enough people, we figure it out. sometimes goes, I would help, but I'm going to be gone, but the other sheriff's taking a shift. And that's where we reach into everywhere to make sure that we're providing the safety and security that our bosses are looking at. So when you look at the budget and you're going to say, oh man, do we have enough reserve? Yes, we do. And I'm going to say thanks to Frank. I know Roger brought it up. So we went through and have enough reserve. One of the concerns was where we were dipping into our reserve. But if you look at our past history with savings, we just like any division, I suppose, or office, you have to budget for the unknown. But we do our best each year to not spend it all. Just because we have it, we don't spend it, and we roll it over into the next budget. So that's where the increase, if you see what I would call old words, were cash carryover. Cash carryover was we always maintained a certain percentage. And if you look, yes, I think we're dipping into it somewhat, but with the idea that the following year that we don't have to have that increase, such as you saw the cost of the 2 deputies, those are high, but when the maintenance of that goes down, try and think, what page is that on that we're looking at? What's that? What page?
Oh.
Page 13. If you turn to page 13, I believe. Thanks. We went over this 6 times. We'll make it 7. So those are the things that I know you'll look at, saying, okay, do you have enough money? Can you make your payroll? Those kind of things. Some of the expenses that we have in there are expected expenses. We can make the cash carry, we can make the reserve work. If you look at our history, we always do. We tend to over budget a bit, and just as Frank and Roger under budget for the taxes that come in, appropriately so. You don't want to oversell that, but they do manage and they do equate each year. We understand those type of environments of the fiscal ones. So that's what I'm going to ask you to do. I'm also going to, I've enjoyed this opportunity for the first time to actually have all of the information to present to you and the background or history. And I plan to take it on the road. When I say take it on the road, hometown Helena, Kiwanis, they have been asking, and the budget process is something they want to do. The increase in crime, I know that the citizens of this county would like to see where we are spending the money, why we're spending the money, and what's happening, and what's causing these increases in costs. And we just can't keep doing this. If you can look at them and say, yeah, I know your child was molested, but we just don't have the calls for service, we can't get there. We can get there. We have the money, and that's why I'm asking for those increases when you look at those type of things. It's a tough subject to talk about. It's not like you get to talk about going in and grading roads or public health and preventing disease and all of the mortality, morbidity. This is a tough subject. And these are what we're tasked to do. But if we approach this with a team attitude and understanding and the background of which I hope this time that I have given you to be able to defend it, should you so choose to say, here is the background. And this is a public meeting. Anyone can look at it. Anybody can take a look at these graphs of what we're facing. The county, I'm going to repeat it again. The county is growing, has grown. Really, the budget has not grown in order to do that. So if somebody says, boy, the sheriff's office budget really increased. Yes, if you look at the population, you now have the data about the calls that we're receiving. we have to grow. It's just one of those things that we have to do. It's one of those things that if you gain weight, you can't buy a smaller life jacket. I mean, you need to get a bigger one. And that's where we're at. We'll be open for questions.
First one is, I want to know if that last comment was aimed at me.
I wasn't even looking at you.
Okay. No, thank you, Sheriff. Really appreciate it. Just a comment up front. We're not making any decisions today. Today are presentations. We're going to
Roger that.
work through all of these presentations, but it is a time for questions and answer for sure. And I just want to say out front that thank you for the great presentation for you and your team. This has been helpful and informative, and I would agree with you that this is a kind of a new day in terms of the presentation. I think it's good. It's gone well, and I appreciate it very much. Questions, commissioners, for our sheriff at this time?
My job. I have
Okay,
questions. Okay.
that's why I'm asking.
Of you.
Commissioner.
In your early presentation, I'm looking at page 1 of your report, and there's an item called the concealed weapons printer. You just print those concealed weapons off? Aren't they actually like, why would you need a printer for concealed weapons?
The card, when you get a card, this is a concealed weapon permit card.
Oh,
It's a-
it's for the permit itself,
Yes.
not for the weapons.
You-
Okay.
You have to, such as this, Commissioner, it looks like this,
Mhm.
and it's a specialty printer. We have to buy the card stock, and then you have to have the printer. It has to be a special printer that prints on both sides, such as your ID and things like that.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
I really was curious about that. Oh,
Oh, yeah.
Commissioner, also that printer is also used for all of the county IDs that we have. And it also has the ability to use as your key fob for those people who use the ID cards as their key fob to get in and out. That printer also does that. So.
amazing. Thank you.
Yeah.
As I said earlier, I really appreciate the attention to detail that you and your team have provided to educate us as to, because people say, what are you doing with all that money? And this thank you for taking the time to come in here and help us have a better understanding of where this money goes.
You have to defend the budget, and I finally get it. It's only taken me 15 years to figure that out. It isn't just me. It is you who have to defend the budget just as much as I do, or not more, because you, by law, get the official okey dokey there. I get to whine and cry about it and go talk to my bosses, the voters, about why you didn't, or why you did, give laud. That's not the team approach that I want to take.
Thank you. Any other questions? Please, Commissioner Rolfe.
The budget you presented shows a a deficit of 619,000.
Yep, and I'm going to have Sherry address that. I could, but she hasn't got to talk yet.
And I'm good with that, commissioners. We're going to carry over our large sum. Oh, yes, thank you. It's Sherry Martin.
Thank you. And your position, just for the record. You haven't done this, so
No,
welcome.
I have not. Thank you
Glad
for
you're
training
here.
me.
No, you're great. So just
Senior
yeah,
Financial Coordinator for the Sheriff's Office.
perfect. And it's just for the record, so we have good
Okay.
good record of the.
Commissioner Rolfe, we're going to carry over 4.5 million. And because of some of the increased costs, we're going to spend a little bit more. But as you can see, we're still going to end up at the end of the year at 3.9. We had the meals, the vehicles, there's a lot of larger items. And this is just my 3rd month, but that's my best answer for you right now.
And if you could, I'm trying to chase it down. Do you have your capital reserve program listed in on a particular page?
Yes, we do. It's on the very last page. 95, 96.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And we do need to move on, so we may have more specific questions about anything in here, and we'll be talking in the future. We're going to have obviously more public meetings and more discussion about this and the new requests, we have those for every department and every office kind of peeled out, and we'll be discussing those individually at a future date. Frank will make sure that everybody knows when all that's happening. And so it's over the next month or so that we'll be working through these. And Sheriff, I'll just leave it with this, is that, and I've said this to you before, that it, you know, on one hand, it's your budget, it's your job. I can't tell you how to do your job. I'm not trained to do that, nor do I want to do that. I have plenty on my plate to do that, and I think all of us have that, but I'll speak for myself right now. But what we do, and what you brought this up, what we do have to make sure we do is make sure that budgets are sustainable and that we have adequate reserves for the future. So what we can't do is do something now that 2 years from now, when we try to continue that whatever it is, whether it's a new personnel or a new building or a new car or whatever it might be, if we can't sustain that, then it's hard to purchase that up front. So all that will be looked at, and I know that that's already been discussed, and those avenues for sustainability. It sounds like there might be some, and it might be doable. But I am surely open to studying it and trying to get to a place where we provide the best service, as you described, to our citizens, and we have a budget that's responsible and sustainable. So I hope we can continue to work together. It sounds like we've been making great progress. Like you said, it starts here, and we get to a place where we can make it work. So I'm with you on that.
Mr. Commissioner, I was happy that Frank and Sherry were happy and said this is doable. So we take in the sustainability, great questions, not only sustainable, but explainable. You have to explain it too. So
Yes.
that's why we brought everybody, not to intimidate you, but to give the explanation that you might not have heard before. So
Thank you.
thanks for your time.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
Yes. And thanks to
Yeah.
everyone for all the good work you're doing.
Hey, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
So I just wanted to take a moment and thank Sheriff Dutton and his command staff and his whole team for working with us regarding this budget. I think it's in a good place, and that's due to a lot of hard work, and I appreciate all the details today too from administration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Here we are with our next step. Well, actually, I'll take any public comment. If there's any public comment on the sheriff's budget, any public comment? I see no one coming forward, so we'll move on. We have next our Grants and Purchasing Department. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Ann McCauley, Director of the Grants and Purchasing Department. And with me today, I have Casey Hayes, our County Purchasing Officer. Before you this morning, I will be presenting the Grants and Purchasing Department's proposed fiscal year 25 budget. The Grants and Purchasing Department is funded through both the General Fund and the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA Fund, and I'll go through each of those individually. To start, I'll note that there's no staffing changes proposed for FY25, and the personnel services, which are lines 4 through 11, include the recommended 3.5% cost of living adjustment and the employee health plan contribution increase. The two personnel that are funded through this are myself and Casey Hayes, our purchasing officer. Under operations and maintenance, which is lines 12 through 23, I'll note a couple items that are changed from the prior year's budget. Lines 13 and 14, office supplies and minor equipment. We had those a little higher for both FY23 and FY24 due to the department's recent move to the Law and Justice Center building. So those will be going down in FY25. Line 21, which is travel, increased by $500 due to anticipated higher travel costs in the coming year. And then all the other line items stayed the same at prior year budget levels. Fixed charges, which include our new rental space over at the Law and Justice Center, and then the set insurance and technology amounts. Are there any questions with respect to this budget?
Thank you very much. I like this. Simple, straightforward. Last one was a little more complicated.
Yes, you're going to make up time with me today. I'll get us back on track.
Any questions for grants and purchasing? Well, these guys are looking at the numbers, I'll just say thank you for your great work. Without you and your team, I'm looking back there, and we have one team member not here today.
Yep.
But Carrie, we would be we'd be struggling to survive the grant world and the policy world and the world of contracts and things, because we rely on you heavily across the county family for guidance and support for all of those pieces and parts. And I don't think there's a department or an office that hasn't benefited from your services somewhere along the line. So thank you very much. Really appreciate that.
Just,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm looking at this in shock. This is the first time I've seen this where the total general budget is lower this year than it was last year. Good job.
Thank you.
Maybe we could fund that other police car. Thank you, Ann.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, thank you for those kind words. I appreciate those, and I echo your sentiments about the team.
Very much appreciate you all. Thank you. Thank you, Casey. Okay, commissioners, with that, we'll ask for public comment on the grants and purchasing budget.
Let's go through the ARPA budget really quick,
Oh,
if you have
gosh,
just a
sorry.
moment. Sorry. Yeah, it's just one more slide here. So this is just the ARPA fund portion of the budget. The personnel services are for Carrie Lukahus, our ARPA program specialist.
Is this in our book?
This is the second portion of the one sheet, budget sheet,
Yeah.
Commissioner Payne.
Oh, thank you. Yep. Got it.
Just rather than having it squeezed onto one slide, I separated
Yep.
it out. So personnel services do include that 3.5% COLA and the health increase. Carrie's position is a term position. It's funded through December of 2026 is when the ARPA funds will be wrapping up. And it also reflects her going to a part-time level. So it's at 0.65 full-time equivalency. So that is reflected in the 25 budget, which was not in the 24 budget.
Great. Thank you.
Operations and maintenance is pretty straightforward. This is all of the ARPA funded projects that you're well aware of. And consistent with prior years, what we've done is just done our best estimate of what that cash balance is going to be June 30th or July 1 and roll that entire amount over into the new fiscal year. This allows for flexibility for those ARPA funded projects that are still in progress to be able to expend throughout the next year. But we do recognize that there'll probably be, those dollars will roll over to the FY26 budget as well.
Yes.
And just to wrap up, the total budget lines in green there, line 48. That is our general plus our ARPA position. That excludes the ARPA funded projects. That number is such a large number, it kind of dwarfs what our actual personnel and operating costs are for the department. And then the blue line, line 50, is with that ARPA funded projects included.
Right. And we'll see quite a few of those projects in progress and spending some of that down this.
Yes, that's an exciting number. We're nearly about halfway through our full expenditures at the end of this fiscal year.
Thank you. Any questions? I'm sorry to get ahead of you. Are you now?
I'm done. Staff recommends approval of
Okay, good.
this budget.
Thank you very much. Public comment on the grants and purchasing budget. Public comment. Any public comment? Okay. Thank you again. Really appreciate the work that you do. And commissioners, we will move on. Next, we have our friends from Justice Court. Judge, good morning. If you guys all would, as you come to the microphone, introduce yourselves for the record, just so that we have a good record of who was here today. Thank you very much. Oh, you're the green light. Thank you.
There we go.
Sorry. Thank you. There you go.
Justice of the Peace, Michael Swingley. I'm one of the two justices here in this county. I'm going to talk specifically about one additional need in my court that we're asking for this year. And then Judge Fiscal and Mr. Whittam, our court supervisor, are going to give additional comments. As you know, our courts are courts of record. And so we are a slightly higher justice of the peace. We're under a district court, of course. We have some similar powers to the district court in our county. As a court of record, everything in our courts are recorded, and those recordings are available to the public attorneys. But also when there are appeals from our decisions, our trials and hearings, they go to district court, and the district court simply reviews the record in our court. They listen to the hearing, they look at the exhibits in our decision, and they make a decision based on that. In other justice courts below us, if you appeal your decision, it goes to the district court and there has to be an entirely new trial, which means the county attorney's office, public defenders, district court have to redo it. It costs the county attorney's office not only manpower, but cost and time. It costs more jury cost for all of us. It takes OPD even more time to go up and retry the entire trial, or public, private attorneys, et cetera. Because we're courts of record, it saves everybody time, personnel, and money. The problem is, this year, is that I need to have a new recording system in my court. It's absolutely required by law. And I have not ever had one. I've had the same system since 2011. It is now woefully outdated. The programming and software doesn't even work now. The requirements for the recording systems are that in order to keep the recordings intact and to keep the integrity of them, we're not able to go in and move the recordings, file them anywhere, edit them, or change them in any way. They have to remain exactly intact. It's a very specific system. And so it requires a very specific recorder. There are literally only 3 companies in the nation that make these recording systems. One is called For the Record. That's a general system and company used by almost every court in Montana that is a court of record. Judge Fiscal had an updated system in 2020. At that time, it was $4,900. The very same system that I need, that's a basic system, is now $6,600. I really need to have that purchased and installed in my court. I predict it will last another 10 years, but it is an absolute necessity. I really don't know any legal way around it. It's the cheapest system we can buy. I need exactly 3 microphones and a recording system that can simply record hearings. And so we have added that to the budget. I would like that to be approved if we can. This system I have is so outdated that during a recent jury trial, it shut off by itself because it doesn't have the memory or capacity to keep recording. I had to stop the trial, and we had to go down to Judge Piskalich court and finish the trial there because his recorder works. And so that's really the only thing that I'm asking, a specific item that you'll see on the budget. Otherwise, I think we're very easy county offices to take care of. We really only require personnel, office supplies, IT, and a few training requirements. Our budget's usually very simple. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Judge Piskalich and let him visit. Thank you.
Thanks, Judge. And welcome, by the way. Welcome, Judge Fiscal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Mark Piskalich, the Second Justice of the Peace here in Lewis Clark County. I don't really have much to add. I believe you have copies of everything. I wanted to throw a shout out to Frank and to Misty for helping us out, and also to Kenny and Emily over at HR. I've been working with them very closely. We put together a promotional plan, a career ladder for our clerks. Prior to this, we had just a justice court clerk, and it is a very specialized type of position. There's a lot of really particular knowledge and skills that are required to be efficient at it. And so we've developed with Kenny and Emily what we're calling a clerk 2 and a clerk 3, so that there's some retention for some real, knowledge and experience get rewarded to stick around in a very challenging job. And that's been working out great. And we've asked for additional funding to fund that promotional plan. At this point, we've had a couple of recent changes, and we have, I think, 2 or 3 clerks that are eligible now to be looking at a clerk 2 position. And other than that, as Judge Swingley pointed out, I don't know if it's actually talked about the numbers, but we've had a real upkick in jury trials. I went I think my first 2.5 years without a jury trial, and yesterday was number 14 in my court. So they're picking up, and that's always a cost to the courts as well as the county attorney's office. And the only other thing that I've asked for, as far as my court specifically, is I asked for a $1,200, and it winds up being $1,089 to buy an owl, which is a conference microphone camera. I do a lot of remote appearances in my court, and as it stands right now, I call my personal cell phone into the Zoom call and put it on a tripod facing the courtroom so people can, who are not in the courtroom, can see who is in the courtroom. And it's not a terribly efficient system. And if you're familiar with the owl, it kind of has a 360-degree camera and a microphone system and speaker system. So, and we test drove one that I was able to borrow, and it seems like it's going to work. And we just ordered it. I'll have 30 days to make sure it works good. If it does, we'll probably be using that. And I would also invite you at any time to log into the court, and you can see our calendars are on the county website, and you can get you the Zoom link, and you can always pop in and just watch how things are going over there. And happy for any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions at this time, commissioners? Questions? Okay. Yeah, please.
As far as the clerk 2 and 3 positions, we've had a difficult time in the last couple of years hiring anybody for our clerk positions. Recently, we had 2 positions open. We had to advertise it 3 times in order to get one person that we just hired. After several rounds of interviews, we couldn't hire anybody. They either turned it down or they weren't qualified. We had to put on a temp in my court for probably the last 6 to 8 months because we couldn't find anybody to hire. One of those reasons is it's hard to recruit people when we're paying $19 an hour and you can get the same thing at Panda Express. It's just difficult. We do have some advantages, good benefits, weekends, holidays, nights off, but that doesn't seem to be as important as the pay. So this is a necessary step to recruit and retain the people we have. In the past, there's no place to move in justice court if you're a clerk. You're clerk 1, that's it. So this is more of just a title. It shows that they're invested in the court. They've done a good job. They have to be proficient in civil and criminal, good with the public, no complaints, no formal complaints by supervisors. And they get a little bump in pay and the recognition that they've been a dedicated clerk for so many years. I think this is very important that we do this. The clerk 3 position is basically a supervisory position that we need in our courts. Mr. Whittem, our clerk supervisor, has his hands full trying to manage 2 courts and 6 clerks. And he does an outstanding job. Mark will tell you, and Judge Fiscal, we couldn't get by without Paul. So I just wanted to add that additional information and hope you'll consider approving that. As far as the jury trials, we've had more this year than we had all of last year.
Already?
And
Is that
yeah,
wow.
13 and 10 last year. It's a significant part of our jobs now, and I'm not entirely sure why we have an increase in it, but that seems to be what's going on now, and it's definitely a trend that we need to watch. Our jury costs are definitely going to increase. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Paul, anything you want to add?
No, I just thank you for your time, and I just completely support everything that the judges said.
Will you just give us your name and?
Oh, Paul Whittem, and title is Justice Court Supervisor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, I wanted to call you up, if you had anything to say, but just to recognize, as the judges have, the importance of your role and how much we appreciate the work that you do, and whether it's filling in or supervising all of the clerks and making sure that the things run smoothly, it's really important. So
Thank you so much.
see it happening. So thank you. Thank you. Anything else? How about questions?
Do you have any questions?
Questions for our fine judges? And well, we thank you very much. Pretty straightforward budget, pretty straightforward requests. All of the new requests, we'll be working with Frank and Roger and all, and we evaluate those individually, and then we, just for process wise, so everybody knows, that we try to give folks what they need to do their jobs, but we balance that within the entire, county family of budgets and things, so it all gets mixed in there. But we will do our best, and we'll let you know. And we'll be, over the next month, lots of budget process and several public hearings and those kinds of things until we get to the final. So we'll let you know. Frank will be in touch. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. How about public comment on the Justice of the Peace budget? Justice Court budget, public comment. All right, hearing none. We will move on to county buildings. And good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Can you give Public Works Building Division a couple minutes to get our presentation loaded?
No worries. Thank you very much. Well, yeah. What? Under Public Works, Commissioner. So, and while they're getting set up, Mr. Cornwell, I typically have asked if there's any question, comments from either of you or concerns, but in terms of we've already gone through the Justice of the Peace budget, but didn't bring any major issues up, my understanding. Okay, thank you. All right, we'll turn it over to you, Director of Public Works.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Jenny Chambers, Lewis Clark County Public Works Director. Today, you have Department of Public Works Building Division for your budget fiscal year 25 proposed budget presentation. For the Buildings Division, the programs that we cover within this particular topic is the personnel and related costs for all buildings. So we broke those out separate as a budget item for all of the personnel within the buildings area. Also talk about the courthouse, detention center, miscellaneous buildings, buildings 222 and 310, Broadway buildings, and also the Michael A. Murray building. Today I have got a couple staff with me for the buildings program. One is Mac McCarley, our building supervisor for that division, and also Audra Zackerl, our Assistant Public Works Director. At this time, I'll turn over to Audra to go through the budget details associated with this budget presentation, but certainly we're all here and available for any questions that you may have. So thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Chairman, Commissioners, good morning. I'm Audra Zackerl, Assistant Director of Public Works. As Jenny mentioned, we have 7 budgets that will be presented, and each of those budgets will reflect the following assumptions. Only significant differences from the prior year will be noted. Personnel budgets all include a 3.5% matrix adjustment, step increases, longevity, and the health insurance premium increase of $25 per month per employee. As a reminder to you and for the public, I will use the term CIP frequently. That stands for Capital Improvement Plan. I will also say O&M occasionally, and that means operations and maintenance. The Buildings Division is responsible for minor repairs, daily maintenance, and janitorial services for county-owned facilities to provide safe, secure, and clean environments for employees and the public. The Buildings Division has 12.25 full-time employees and supports the courthouse, detention center, Michael A. Murray building, the Augusta and Lincoln Community Centers, the 222 and 310 Broadway buildings, the Public Works Complex, the county landfill, the Commissioner's Garage, the Journey Home, and on occasion, other county-owned buildings and facilities. The primary source of revenue for this fund is user fees, sometimes called rent, or commonly understood as rent. However, I like to call it the cost to maintain the building. Personnel and personnel-related costs are combined for all buildings. This is a cost share between the buildings based on a level of service that our personnel and personnel-related expenses, the impact on those buildings or the level of service they provide those buildings. That amount for fiscal year 25 is budgeted at $1,018,690. And that's the total for all personnel salaries, benefits, and personnel-related expenses, such as office supplies, uniforms, vehicles, the fuel for those vehicles, licensing that is required to do their jobs, any travel and training expenses for those employees, and the technology costs related to those employees. Minor equipment used in all buildings is also included. In this budget, it's $8,350. That includes some power tools and accessories at $1,000, painting equipment at $1,200, a vehicle jump pack at $150, a Pro Press plumbing tool at $4,500, and a computer workstation at $1,500. As a side note, this percentage, the percentage for each building for the personnel and personnel related costs will be analyzed over the next fiscal year due to the fact that in the current year, we purchased a new work order program that will more accurately reflect the level of service that each building is requiring over fiscal year 25. So you may see some changes in the fiscal year 26 budget. Are there any questions on personnel and related costs before I move on to the courthouse building specific costs? No questions? Okay. The courthouse building has a 23% cost share, excuse me, of personnel and personnel related costs in fiscal year 25. That totals $234,299. For specific operations and maintenance costs to the courthouse for fiscal year 25, minor equipment totals $925. That includes a cordless battery operated vacuum at $550 and unanticipated replacements for $375. Maintenance budgeted for the courthouse includes interior painting at $5,000 for all the supplies, tree trimming at $5,000, and a heated snow mat at $5,500. And there's no permanent alternative to this heated snow mat because of the historic building designation. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Jenny for more explanation on the heated snow mat.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, again, Jenny Chambers, Lewis Clark County Public Works Director. Last year in fiscal year 24, we had a similar request for heated snow blankets or heated snow mats at several of the building facilities. The question then was whether or not we could look for more permanent alternatives versus having a kind of a temporary solution that you lay out in the winter time, and then you have to do that each and every year. We've evaluated the permanent options for all of the different buildings based upon our request this year in fiscal year 25. And as Audrey had indicated, there is no permanent solution for the courthouse location where we would like to put the heated snow mat because of the historical nature of that building, the sidewalks, some of the features associated with those type of activities. So it's very economical in this approach to use heated snow mats for this benefit and this purpose. Looking a little bit about what the benefits are for heated snow mats, they reduce the factors that lead to slip, trips, and falls. There is, as you know, winter conditions in Montana get extremely icy. The folks at the courthouse and Mac's staff does a great job with doing snow removal, but it depends upon the snow melt of the year. You can get ice buildup that can be often dangerous for folks to visitors to walk into the courthouse and also for employees. It's very easy to use. Once they do the snow removal, they can lay this heated snow mat down there. It will stay at that location for the whole winter time frame. It just melts the surface and provides a safe passage area. They're economically feasible and they're generally energy efficient. So we just wanted to share a little bit more about what this request is and kind of a little bit more about the snow mats, because you'll see it not only for the courthouse, but for some of the other building requests as well.
Are there any questions about the heated snow mat before I move on to capital for the courthouse? Okay, easy crowd this morning. The capital contribution for the courthouse is $60,000, and there will be a $1,823 contribution to personnel and personnel related expenses. Oh. Thank you, Chairman Hunthausen. I flipped my page a little too quickly, I think. Back to the courthouse. The capital contribution for the courthouse building in fiscal year 25 is $270,000. And a purchase of includes a sidewalk engineering and replacement project at $75,000. Is there any questions on capital for the courthouse before I move on to the detention center?
I don't see that. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong spot on this. Page 61. Is that right?
Mr. Chair, maybe I could help. I think Commissioner Rolfe, you'll find it on page 68 within your
68.
packet.
Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. And Chairman, Commissioners, if you're referring to the notes, the note is on page 7 concerning the capital contribution, about mid-page. It's a blue note.
Blue pages or
Yeah, and I'm on page 7.
Page 7.
yeah. See these blue pages.
Must be up here.
There you go. That one right there.
All right.
didn't-
We're just
We
halfway
didn't want to
down.
make
I
it
was-
all that
I was
easy on
ahead.
you.
I was down into the individual parts. Thank you.
All right.
All right, seeing no other questions, we'll move on to the detention center. The detention center has a 23% cost share of personnel and personnel related costs. That totals $234,299. For some O&M or operations and maintenance specific costs for the detention center, the budget includes $2,000 for unanticipated replacements. We've had to increase janitorial line item from to 23,000 from 10,500. We've had to increase utilities to $178,925 from $173,243. These two increases were due to the fact that the facility is fully at full capacity. And when I budget these numbers, I typically budget based on prior year, prior 2 years, prior 3-year actuals. And that number jumped really high in fiscal year 23. This budget also added $105,000, which includes interior paint and supplies at $5,000, a backnet communication card at $14,000, a heated snow mat for the west front steps at $5,000, and that is in place of a $31,000 concrete replacement project, which would be the alternative for this building, for a more permanent alternative. O&M also includes shower leak repairs for pods 5 and 6 at $5,000, and a heating plant domestic water boiler redesign and construction at $75,000. Are there any questions on O&M before we move on to capital?
This may be for Mac, but I know that the heating plant has been a struggle since the
Renovation project.
renovation project. So are we fairly confident this is going to solve our problems, or at least make a big jump in the right direction in terms of the issues we've been having?
We are confident, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions. The capital contribution for the detention center is $60,000, and there'll be a $13,823 contribution to the personnel and personnel related CIP pickup replacement in fiscal year 25. All right, I'm going to move on to miscellaneous buildings. This is sort of the catch-all for all the buildings that don't have their own fund. Miscellaneous buildings is 11% of the shared personnel and personnel related costs. That totals $112,056. O&M for miscellaneous buildings. We have Augusta Community Center specific costs that will include a public water system testing, repair, and maintenance expenses of $1,500. Janitorial supplies and maintenance at $4,000. Utilities at $5,600. Generator maintenance at $1,500. We have a library interlocal management fee for the Augusta Community Center of $5,000. And we have some interior painting planned at $2,000. Yes.
What is the generator for the Augusta Community Center?
Thank you for that question, Commissioner Payne. Chairman, Commissioners, the generator maintenance is for the Augusta Community Center. This budget also helps pay for the generator at the Fairgrounds.
Maybe just explain, we have a generator there.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Payne, so at the Augusta Community Center, we do have a backup generator for power. And a couple weeks ago, when we had that weather event where there was a prediction of for snow up in the higher elevation and some higher winds, Augusta, the community of Augusta actually did lose their power. And our generator did kick in so that the senior center and community center could still operate if needed. The other important piece about the generator at the Augusta Community Center is, I think you've heard from Kyle Surgeon Simon regarding the disaster emergency services, that could also be a potential location and emergency if we need to locate for an event that happens up in the northern part of the county in the Augusta. So with a generator, with power and facilities, it could be used as an emergency location as well in the future if need be. So it's just a power generator for backup power supply. And the maintenance is a maintenance agreement to maintain that generator.
A belt and suspenders approach. I like that.
Excuse me. Thank you, Jenny. I would also like to add that that generator was purchased with grant funds back in the Paul Spangler days. Yeah. All right. Any other questions on Augusta? All right. The Lincoln Community Center specific costs include public water system testing, repair, and maintenance costs of $1,500. Next, we have the Journey Home specific costs. Those include repair and maintenance at $2,000, utilities at $6,150, fire monitoring, inspections, extinguisher maintenance at $1,750. We have other maintenance costs that are included in miscellaneous buildings that include mowing the indigent cemetery, $1,500. Repair and maintenance of the emergency generator at the Fairgrounds, $1,500. That is also for DES purposes. We have $500 for unanticipated maintenance of the state surplus property. Any questions on operations and maintenance for this budget? Okay, I'll move on to capital. The capital contribution, $98,000. With a $6,611 contribution to personnel and personnel related costs, purchasing a pickup replacement. I'll move on to 222 building unless there's questions. Okay. The 222 building is on Broadway, 222 Broadway building. They have a 5% cost share of personnel and personnel related costs that total $50,935. For operations and maintenance, we're requesting $375 for minor equipment or unanticipated tool replacements. Maintenance for this building includes 2 heated snow mats, one for the ADA ramp and one for the rear concrete steps. That totals $8,500. That's in place of a $17,500 alternative to replace the concrete steps with a more permanent solution. And there is no alternative for the ADA ramp because of the materials that the ramp is built from. Are there any questions on O&M before we move on to capital?
Please.
I'm confused about which building is the 222 building. Could you Could I
Thank
have a
you.
little more detail?
Thank you, Commissioner Payne. Chairman, Commissioners, the 222 Broadway building is the building just west of the courthouse, kind of in between the courthouse and the detention facility, right on Broadway there. It looks like a house.
Thank you.
I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Payne, just to give you a little bit of context, the Mac and his employees in the building shop are located in the basement portion of 222. So Mac's office is downstairs in the basement, along with his other maintenance techs, along with their equipment and some of their tools. The upper portion of that building is the juvenile probation employees through the justice court system. So it's housed with county employees, that building is. And Commissioner Payne, we would be more than happy to give you a tour sometime. At some of those.
Was in the county commissioner's garage building.
Mr. Chairman, no, that's another area they just have for larger equipment storage. His office is actually in the basement of 222 Broadway.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I would recommend a tour. They've done a really nice job with that building. We the county renovated that building. I don't know, it's almost been a decade now probably, but did a really nice job on a historic building, 10 years. Yep. So if you have an opportunity to take a tour.
I'll do that.
Great. And the 222 is the reason it's named that is that's its address on Broadway, 222 Broadway.
Correct. Thank you, Chairman Hunthausen. Thank you, Jenny. The capital contribution for the 222 Broadway building is $10,000 and a $3,005 contribution to personnel and personnel related costs for the purchase of the pickup replacement. With no other questions, I'll move on to the 310 Broadway building. And for context, this building is east of the courthouse. It does house the civil division of the county attorney's office. Personnel and personnel related costs make up 5%. And that total for fiscal year 25 is $50,935. Minor equipment requests are $375, and that's for unanticipated hand tool replacements or needs. Repair and maintenance for this building includes improvements to the rear basement entry, $2,000, and some landscaping rock at $1,000. There's no capital contribution for the 310 building, but they are contributing $3,005 to the personnel and personnel related costs pickup replacement. Are there any questions for the 310 Broadway building?
Looks like there are not.
All right. So what does all this mean, all these expenses for the following 6 buildings or budgets? It comes down to revenue. What does the revenue look like for these buildings? For the courthouse, there will be no change from fiscal year 24. The courthouse building will remain at $895,000. There is no change to the detention center budget. That will remain $705,000. There is a 3% increase for miscellaneous buildings to $310,000. The 222 Broadway building will be $70,000, and that is a 33% decrease from fiscal year 24. 310 Broadway building will also see a decrease of 22%. Down to $69,000. If you'll notice the cost per square foot history back to 2021, I would like to highlight that when you look at the courthouse, they had quite a jump from 22 to 23. And that is due to the security contract that was signed for courthouse security. In fiscal year 25, that number is $182,000. So that's why there's such a significant difference between the courthouse and the city county building. Any questions on revenue before I move on to the Michael A. Murray building?
Questions?
I'm confused about the increase that you were just talking about for the courthouse. And that's reflected. I misunderstood what you said. I thought you said something about the contract was signed in 2025.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Payne, for that question. I'm happy to clarify. Chairman, commissioners, looking at the cost per square foot history that starts in 2021, you'll notice on the courthouse line in 21, it was $18.62 for both 21 and 22. And then there's a significant jump in fiscal year 23 to $32.99. And then you'll see for 24 and 25, it's steady at $34.02. That significant increase from 22 to 23 is due to the security contract. In fiscal year 25, the dollar amount for that contract is $182,000.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Okay. So we'll move on to the Michael A. Murray Building. It has its own fund. Revenue is also from user fees of that building, also known as rent. That amount remains $610,000, so it will be the same amount as charged in fiscal year 24 to their budgets. The cost per square foot for this building is $17.61. Personnel, for the Michael A. Murray Building, it's 30% cost share of personnel and personnel-related costs. That total is $305,610. For operations and maintenance in this building, we have budgeted $2,600 for minor equipment. That will include a vehicle jump pack at $150, unanticipated replacements of $1,850, and hand tools at $600. Building repair and maintenance includes an increase in janitorial costs, that would be chemical and paper products, at $4,000, and an increase in utilities at $2,000, both of those due to increased occupancy in that building. We've included a heated snow mat for the east stairs at $3,500, and that's in place of a $20,000 permanent alternative. We've also included $15,000 for parking lot preservation and improvements. I'll continue with capital. We've budgeted a $158,000 capital contribution, and purchases include a generator design at $7,210 to be prepared for a future capital replacement of the generator that is there and an enhancement that may need to take place. Are there any questions on the Michael A. Murray Building, which is also located at 1939th Avenue? It houses the public health.
I've been there.
And the Peerview Health Center. Yes. Well, for the public, they may not know.
Thank you. Any questions?
Oh, that was.
Any further questions? Nice work, very detailed and explainable. I was just for discussion purposes, since we have the time, I was curious, and you've described it well here, the janitorial and the utilities and those kinds of things that would increase based on the increased numbers. And we had folks move from this building on the second floor to that building, obviously taking up more space and needing more services there. So I was wondering how that would be reflected, but thank you. I see it and recognize, so thanks. And commissioners, any other questions? Oh, Commissioner, I'm sorry.
Just comment once again, the detail and is wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Frank, anything from your perspective? Roger, anything from your perspective?
Yes, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, since we do have a little bit of time, Commissioners, maybe I could pose this as a question. Is it clear to you all that there are capital contributions being presented to you that in some ways are going to be tied in the bigger picture to the master complex plan for the campus at Public Works? So perhaps I could ask, I know it's not a part of this specific budget, but as, for Public Works, as you're bringing their budget forward, you heard a little bit of this on Tuesday. And since we do have a little bit of extra time, is it clear to you all that Public Works, if you'll recall, we funded a complex master plan. A plan was put together. It was presented to you. The huge, great big plan was very comprehensive. It had 4 alternatives and options mentioned. Public Works focused on what was called the preferred option. And these are large numbers, commissioners. Don't mean to be alarming you with them, but when you looked at that plan, it had a cost estimate of between $27 and $35 million based on the alternatives. But perhaps this might be a nice opportunity, since we do have just a little bit of time, to ask Jenny and Audra to maybe talk to you in a little more detail about this this initiative or this project of looking at the space needs that we have for our public works complex and the challenge that funding such a thing presents for us.
That'd be great. But before you do that, I was wanted to just finish up our last budget stuff. No, you're fine. You can be up there. I just wanted to recognize Mac McCarley and the great work he does on our county buildings and his staff. It's you can tell about the passion and care you have for the work that you do, Mac, and I just really appreciate it. And our buildings are in great shape, and always you're taking great care and recognizing the things that need to be done. So thanks for the good work. I just wanted to make sure we recognized you prior to moving on, but go ahead. Commissioners, unless you have anything else. Okay.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. And yes, I'll echo too the great work that Mac and all of his team does. They help all of Public Works and all of the buildings and the facilities, including the landfill and the Public Works complex as well. So the personal and personally related costs that we just got done discussing is for all of the Public Works activities, including the folks that utilize the other county buildings. And so we put our work orders in just like everybody else does as well. And they're always right on track to help us get things accomplished where we need to down at the complex. But on the master plan and the complex for Public Works, and specifically to help address Roger's question and based upon Tuesday's proposals on some of the general fund programs within Public Works, there are some increased requests for general fund contribution for the master plan planning efforts and the future things that would be needed based upon that complex. You will also this afternoon hear some additional contributions and focus of the master plan for the road, bridge, sign and shop department as well when we talk this afternoon on that budget. Yes, the master plan was completed in February of 2023. The purpose of that plan, again, just to refresh your memory a little bit, was to determine whether or not the function of Public Works complex and the programs that exist down there could function within that footprint. Can we sustain operations at the 20 acres that currently house the Public Works complex between Benton and Cooney Drive now and in the future, meaning with our 20-year horizon growth, where the county is going to continue to grow as we move forward, we're going to need additional storage space. We're going to need additional complex facility space for storage of the equipment and sand and magnesium chloride and other of the operation activities that we need to do down at Public Works. So the master plan was to say, can we fit on the existing footprint? If we could and want to maintain that particular location, what would the plan look like? What would we need to do from structural changes, infrastructure improvements, or changes within those planning operations in order to make the facility function now and also function more in the future based upon our growth needs and growth within the county? The short answer is yes, we can fit within the 20 acres. Systematically, you can fit within the 20 acres if you make some changes based upon a phased approach in order to accommodate and utilize the buildings that we have in place. There's some of the buildings, if you look at the master plan, that the architect engineering firm said are old, are failing. One of those would be the lean-to that we currently house, the dump trailer that are about ready to fall down. That building, of course, would have to just be demolished to make space for other buildings that would need to be built. So we looked at not only can we reuse the current buildings that we have in place, which ones can we sustain and use and be functional, which ones would need to be replaced moving forward, and what would that new phase of that master plan look like? So That was in the plan of fiscal February 2023. In order to get to that direction, it was a large price tag. $40, $50 million would be needed today to actually implement that full portion of that master plan, if not more than that based upon inflation. But we know that that's not a reality. We know that from county government, county planning, we would have to look at how we would phase this in moving forward. So we started the initial phase one, which is we're currently underway now. Thanks to the support of the commission with the ARPA dollars, the American Rescue Plan Act dollars, to relocate the magnesium chloride tanks along with the fuel island over to the side of the complex under Benton Avenue. That then allows room in the middle of the facility to move to phase two of the master plan, which from our internal conversations within the staff would be to house and develop kind of an administrative building for all of the functions as far as the staff goes. So right now we're all housed in multiple different buildings. Public Works admin, there's 3 of us in the admin trailer house. Most of the majority of the Public Works staff are over in the weed building. The road department and road equipment supervisors are in the road shop. There's 5 guys crammed into a small room, a very small room that they're all offices are not even between me and Audra, apart from each other, as long as with all the equipment operators in the back room. So there's some functional challenges with just office location, office space, the ability for us to have good team meetings and good dialogue and work and interact with our visitors and customers that come to the complex. If they come to the trailer house and it's the rural improvement district or special district, I have to either walk them over and escort them to the weed building or allow them to take a vest and walk across our complex because I don't want them to get ran over or security issues associated with the complex area. We have to do a lot of phone calls and coordination as far as how we function because we're all separated in different activities. We are functional, but I think we could be more functional and have more efficiencies and more improvement to better serve our customers if we were housed all in one location. In addition, there's some potential safety issues and occupational issues associated with some of the staffing areas. So the equipment operators currently are all housed in a very small room. You guys been down there for some of the longevity award ceremonies. You got 20 guys in the back of the room and there's 1 bathroom for those 20 men or women, if we were to hire women, that have to use the 1 toilet facility within that building location. So just having more bathrooms for meeting building code standards where so many employees for so many bathrooms. There's some standard procedures for that. We would like to have shower facilities for some of our equipment operators. If they were to get magnesium chloride on them, it's a very sticky, resistant product that they should potentially wash off right away. If for some reason it spilled or got on them, based upon them doing their activities, they should probably shower before they leave work or have the ability to do that. So there's just some functionals that administrative building would support based upon that. So that's why we think that would be phase 2. Phase 2 would be development of the administrative building, which would house all of the Public Works administration staff, special districts program, construction coordinators, engineers, weed program staff, road supervisor, building manager, and their equipment operators all in one location so that when visitors came to the building, they would have a secured entrance into that location. We would be able to direct them and work with them based upon that customer service. And they wouldn't actually be going throughout all of the whole complex area. It would be segregated based upon other activities. So that's the goal is for phase 2 for that portion. And then phase 3 would be the maintenance shop where Justin Knoll has his equipment and his work. It's an older building. That building would be repurposed into an indoor storage facility. And then we would build a new maintenance shop with the new technology that exists based upon those operations, including what would be a very high priority would be an indoor wash bay for those mechanics and those professionals. So right now, when they do need to wash in the wintertime because a part comes in dirty or they need to look at that part in order to get it clean in the area, they have to wash outdoors. And in the wintertime, you can imagine how extremely challenging that is and how unsafe it is based upon slip trips and hazards and just overall safety issues. So high priority would be to build an indoor wash bay for that maintenance shop, which would be then phase 3, based upon where you would move the buildings and how you would utilize the functions based upon that moving forward. So what we're trying to do is try to be proactive on looking at options. We try to evaluate some other funding sources, like a bond or mill levy. But with, the political climate we're in a little bit with some of the higher taxes, we don't necessarily want to ask the taxpayers to pay for that portion in a longer term mill levy or tax. But how can we save for that type of investment moving forward for a phase 2, phase 3 approach? So building a little bit of reserve in a capital improvement plan, try to save for that planning effort long term. We can really get to some place in the future, and we're not talking about doing this next year or 2 years from now. It's our goal would be to hopefully get to the phase 2 portion of the administrative building in about 5 years, and then maybe 7 years on that phase 3 portion. So 1 or 2 years from now, we would design and look at really what that plan looks like and how much that actual cost would be, and then save for a couple more years and hopefully have enough money. Or in the meantime, see if there's other grant opportunities, other things that we could continue to apply for to make this dream and this master plan a reality for the Public Works folks. So.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I could just add a little bit to that.
Please.
The whole team at Public Works, of course, has been working very, very hard on this. And my reason for bringing it up was I had a chance to talk to Jenny a little bit about it this morning before we got started. And I just wanted to make sure as these budget presentations are occurring to you that's on your radar, that as you're hearing about these capital contribution requests, that's clear to you what's behind those requests. So thank you, Jenny, for speaking to it on such short notice.
Well, it's good because it was a little bit confusing to me in that, as you probably recognized yesterday with my question, like I asked about just use this as an example, special districts, CIP going from 10,000 to 100,000. And I said, well, that's going to be difficult. I was in my mind, I'm thinking you're taking your existing budget and revamping everything so you can put $100,000 away. But what you're really asking for is new $90,000 to put into CIP. And overall, when you add it all up, it's like 3 something total.
Between the two, between Public Works Administration and special districts, it would be an ask of about 190,000 additional dollars in just those 2 budgets. Yeah.
Yeah, and those 2. But overall, is there how much is the new ask?
Overall, we've with those 2, it's 190,000 in the bridge. We've asked for another 150,000, but that's for the bridge replacement CIP.
Okay,
Yes.
that's not for the, yeah, got it.
Correct.
So I'll preface this too with, this is how we do things around here. We save for future projects. So I don't have any issue with that. I just didn't understand that at first, and I should have, it's maybe on me to be studying a little more deeply, but this is new money you're asking for from the general fund.
Correct, Chairman Hunthausen. And we were looking at maybe a 5-year plan to start that project. And that's why it was such a large amount, because we didn't have the master plan any sooner than fiscal year 23 to start saving sooner. In the Public Works Administration budget, we've had it in mind, but we've only saved about $100 and some $1,000. I think just under $200,000 towards this dream.
Right. And so one other comment is that I think the master plan is a good one. You have seen it, looks good. And I mean, the reality is it's going to be a phased approach. And so the question now is whether we can, pull this off or not. And
Sure.
With all the other asks and requests, and there's, from my perspective, the balancing act is those things that we need to do now to make sure we can provide the public service we're providing today into the future, whether that's another person or another vehicle or whatever it might be. And then there's, future projects and savings for future projects. So it's a balancing act, but I just wanted to make sure we understood what we were being asked. So thank you. Any question?
No, that clarifies a lot.
Yeah. Okay. Any other? Nope. Anything else?
Chairman, I would like to add just maybe a little funny, lighthearted story. Jenny's been with us. This is her second budget year. But her first 10 days on the job, I came back to the office from a meeting and I had 3 things that I had to do before, that I had to do immediately. And I walk in the door and Jenny comes barging out of her office asking if we had plumbing problems. And I'm like, yes, but I have to do these 2 things and then we'll talk about what's in the parking lot. We had an episode with our sewer system and it exploded into our parking lot. That was Jenny's first 10 days on the job at the Public Works Complex. So a lot of this probably started with that experience.
I remember that.
Yeah, so it was like the first, Chairman, just to add a little bit, I didn't know what had happened outside the building. All I had known was happening in the trailer. I was in my office. It was really quiet. Nobody else was in there. Audra was gone. And all of a sudden I just heard these loud sucking, gurgly noises. And I knew something was going on with the plumbing. I got up and I went to look and I remember looking over the toilet going, something's going on. And I thought, well, I probably shouldn't stand here because something's bad's potentially going to happen. So I just left the room. And then I went back when the sound kind of stopped and it looked like the toilet wasn't working. So I'm like, I'm not touching it. I'm not doing anything. I'll just wait till Audra gets back to figure out what's going on. And the minute she walked in, I'm like, does this building have plumbing issues? And that's where that story began. And so we have a lot of those weird situations happen on a regular basis, whether it's the plumbing, whether it's electricity, electrical issues, where the lights will just automatically just flicker periodically. And we're like, what's going on? Keely Hunthausen and I, who's our accounting tech, is at office adjacent to me. I always just say, we're going to have to break a window just to get out of here if we need to go. And her and I both have a game plan if something does happen. So we'll definitely be safe. But it's just some interesting situations that I think, who knows how long the building's going to sustain. And we're trying to balance investing a bunch of money into the current infrastructures, knowing that long-term this is the plan. So we're really just kind of watching, what do we need to do for long-term improvements and knowing that some of those functions of those buildings aren't really a long-term solution. So thank you. And thanks for the lighthearted story based upon my first 10 days. And see, I'm still here 2 years later, so that's not a bad sign.
It's good. Further questions? No, thank you very much. And I don't think it's unrecognized at all. We wouldn't have done the master planning and spent those dollars if we didn't recognize that at some point we're going to have to do some significant upgrades on that campus. The question is whether we can pull off what you're requesting this year or not. So yeah, I think we'll be studying that closely. So, anything else from anyone? Okay.
Does Matt have to deal with the plumbing issues?
On occasion.
What's that? Okay.
Yeah.
MAC has staff for that.
For those that are watching that this is the first time I heard about it, it was fixed. There was a huge project of digging up the line and fixing it and all of that. And it's functional now.
Thank you, Chairman. It is functional. I would like to add that in my tenure with Public Works, I think I've been there about 16 or 17 years, and that was probably the 4th time we had to dig up our sewer and water lines. So it seems to be an ongoing, hopefully this is the final fix, but.
Thank you. Anything else? How about public comment on this piece of the Public Works budget, the buildings division? Any public comment? Seeing no public come forward, we are going to take a recess until after lunch, which is at 1 o'clock, commissioners. Any further comments, questions at this time? Okay, we will stand in recess. Thank you all very much. Okay, welcome everyone. We are going to reconvene our County Commission meeting that started this morning at 9 a.m. and we will continue with budget presentations today. Prior to jumping in, Mr. Baltz, anything that we need to know about or add or
No,
this
thank you, Mr.
time?
Chair. No, thank you.
Mr. Cornwell, anything from your world? We're ready to go over here? Okay. We have had multiple guests with us this morning, and now we are at the time in our agenda where we're going to have a presentation from the Health Department. So glad you're here. So if you would introduce yourself and your team as you need to, that would be great. Welcome, and we're all ears.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Brenda Neiman. I'm the Health Officer with Lewis and Clark Public Health, and today I have with me Laurel Reek. She is the Environmental Health and Disease Control or Disease Prevention Administrator. I can't get it right either, Laurel. Sarah Sandow is our Community Health Promotion Division Administrator, and Heather Parmer is our Finance Coordinator and all things number guru. So they are available for questions as they come up. So don't hesitate to call upon them, and they will embark their wisdom upon you. So this afternoon, I'd like to begin before we dive into our budget packet, which is in front of you in your three-ring binder there. Just take just a brief moment to talk about the importance of public health and the return on investment that we get when we invest in public health and the outcomes that we get in the community from doing so. So Benjamin Franklin once said, "An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure." What I hope to present to you today is a budget that shows that if we invest in prevention, then we definitely will be preventing a lot of really horrible diseases and improving the life expectancy of the residents in Lewis and Clark County. Years of life expectancy increased because of public health interventions over the course of time. In 1900, the life expectancy in the United States was 47 years old. In 1950, life expectancy was 68 years old and 79 years old in 2019. It fell to 77 in 2020 and dropped further to 76 in 2021. This was the largest decrease in life expectancy over the last 2 years.
Wait a second here. I'm in danger. Oh, go ahead.
The reason why life expectancy grew so much over time was because of public health interventions. And the reason why we're seeing a decrease in life expectancy in the near term is because the investment in public health has gone down. We know that federal, state, and local agencies spend approximately $250 per person per year on the public health system, whereas more than $10,000 is spent on healthcare per person per year. Spending in proportion to healthcare has been falling since 2000, resulting in significant cuts in public health workforce and public health programs. For the funds that we invest in public health, there are enormous health impacts or return on investment. When we invest in tobacco cessation and tobacco prevention, for every dollar invested, we get $2 or $3 back in life expectancy savings. Childhood vaccinations, for every dollar, it's between $5 and $11 saved. For investment in food safety programs, there are fewer foodborne outbreaks and illnesses, looking like 4% fewer in salmonella in particular. For every $10 in public health invested, we see 3 to 6% decrease in the county level of STD rates in our county. So I wanted to start there because I think that it's really important that when we're talking about the budget and the numbers that are being presented to you today, that the foundation that that budget provides and the investment that those dollars are being put into this county is to do that work, to increase life expectancy and to protect the people that live in this county. So we'll start with the budget memo on page 1 of your budget packet. What you have in front of you today is a budget that's been approved by the Board of Health as well as the Water Quality Protection District. Both over the course of the last couple of months have voted to recommend approval of the budget to Board of County Commission. What you will find in the budget packet is 3 distinct sections to our public health budget. The first section that we will go over is our health mill, which includes work that's done that's foundational public health services, as well as our administrative support. This is funded primarily by property tax revenue. The second section in our budget reflects grants that we will anticipate receiving for this next fiscal year. We anticipate 18 grants will come in to support the work of public health. That's 1 less than last fiscal year. And then the Water Quality Protection District is the third piece of the budget that we'll go through. And this is funded by a fee assessment on properties that are within the district boundaries in our county. So before we get into the details of the budget, wanted to run you through a summary of our revenue and a summary of our expenditures. So for total revenue, so it includes all 3 pieces of our budget. So total revenue, property taxes, assessments, fees, fines, charges for service, and grants. For fiscal year 25, we anticipate $6,515,120. This is less than last fiscal year by $822,872. Our cash reserves and the health mill portion of our budget at the end of fiscal year 24 are projected to be at $882,506. We were able to put a budget together that did not use this cash reserve to balance the budget. The water quality protection prior year cash reserves will be used, however, and they anticipate less revenue than expenditures. However, their cash reserve or their fund balance at the end of fiscal year 24 is much greater than the recommended 90-day reserve and is sufficient to fully fund the budget expenditures. The board, the Water Quality Protection Board, has essentially asked that the staff utilize those cash reserves for this year's budget to achieve the goals in their strategic plan. So the board is directing the staff to use the money in this way. On page 2 of the memo, which I don't know, is it helpful to go along in your screen as well as in your book? Okay.
That way the people at home can see.
Gotcha. Thank you.
We see. Okay.
So our expenditures in summary for fiscal year 25, total expenditures, we anticipate $6,295,033, which is less than fiscal year 24 by $833,759. For our FTE, we will have 39.45 FTE. The staffing changes for this next fiscal year, we are increasing staff in the Water Quality Protection District by 0.15 FTE. We have an existing staff person currently working for the district. His time will increase. So it won't be new staff. It'll just be an existing part-time staff person who will do a little extra work for the district to achieve the goals in their strategic plan. However, overall, our FTE reduced this year by 5.25 FTE. This was due to the work around reorganizing the health department and reducing staff in order to balance the budget. The salaries in the budget reflect regular step increases, longevity, and the proposed matrix adjustment of 3.5%. Our fixed expenses, so mostly personnel and then rent and IT, are outlined there as well. So we're anticipating $3,758,959 in personnel, which is $293,524 less than previous fiscal year. Our rent and IT also will go down this fiscal year. We're anticipating $712,405, and that is less with just over $200,000 for next year from fiscal year 24 to fiscal year 25. Our budget also includes required subsidy and match for a couple of our grants and then one of our foundational public health programs. So air quality, we receive a grant from the state that requires match. And so we match using property tax dollars, the grant at $23,592. Licensed establishment is foundational public health work that we are required by law to do. We only get about between $50,000 and $60,000 a year from fees collected from business owners for that program. And so our mill or our property tax dollars subsidizes that program $306,335. The last subsidy is our maternal child health block grant. That also is a grant that we receive to do maternal child health work. It has a required match of 75%. So we will match that grant with our mill property tax dollars, $46,940. Our capital improvement plan expenditures for fiscal year 25 include a large copier, printer, fax machine at $8,000. And then our water quality protection district will be purchasing equipment about $7,500. There were 2 deposits into our capital improvement plan for fiscal year 25. Our mill or our property taxes contributed $150,000 into our capital improvement plan, which brings our CIP back to fully funded. The Water Quality Protection District will contribute $38,135 into their CIP, which brings theirs back to fully funded. The last couple of years, we didn't get the proper contribution into our capital improvement plan. And so this is catch up and then now fully funded. Next year, we will not see those large deposits into our capital improvement plan like we're seeing for this year. So that concludes my summary. And now I would like to take you through in just a little bit more detail each of those 3 sections of our budget. So on page 3 of your budget packet represents the summary of all 3 budgets together. So these are the same numbers that I just summarized for you. We are anticipating first row in your spreadsheet, if you look all the way to the last column, where we're looking at the 2024-2025 budget column. Total revenues for the whole budget, $6,515,120. I didn't say that right. Let me try that one again. $6,515,120. And then if you go down to the dark orange, that again is our summary of expenses for fiscal year 25. $6,292,090. Again, we have revenue over expenses and anticipate continuing to build our reserves into the next fiscal year. Moving to page 4 of your packet, this starts the summary for, there we go. This starts the summary for the first section of our budget, which is our mill, or the part of our budget that is funded by property taxes. So again, starting at the top where we summarize the revenues and then going over to the last column for 2024-2025 budget, we are projecting $2,975,427 of property tax revenue for the health department. And then again, the dark orange gives you your expenses in this piece of the mill. $2,727,099. The other thing I would like to point out on this piece or on this sheet before we move on is the funds that we anticipate carrying over from fiscal year 24 to fiscal year 25. So if you go to the third column over, the 2023 to 2024 budget, and then all the way down to the number 882,506, that is the projected amount that we will carry over in for cash balance from fiscal year 24 to fiscal year 25. And so that if you go to the last column, 2024 to 2025 budget, $1,130,834 is what we project to have in our cash reserves at the end of fiscal year 25. So if we spent exactly the way our budget shows, we anticipate having that as our cash reserve, which is over the 90-day reserve. So by the end of fiscal year 25, we will meet the goal of building our 90-day reserve back up again that we had depleted the last several years. So it will be built back up again. The next several pages essentially give you all of the detail for our mill budget. So it breaks down all of our various revenue sources, which include taxes and charges for service. Like when we give a shot, we give a vaccination, we charge for that service. That revenue comes into this budget. So all of the various revenues are listed, and then all of the various expenses in detail are also listed on the next several pages.
Before we move on, would you go back to page 4?
Yes.
Under up in the green part under taxes, I see the budgeted taxes for 23-24 was 1.471 million, and actual was 864,314.
Yes.
Why was there such a significant drop, or not? Did people pay their taxes under protest, or?
No. Now, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Payne, that is our actuals as of now. And it was actually prior to our May deposit of property taxes collected. So it's actually only half of the year of property taxes.
I understand. Thank you for clearing that up. I was afraid that, people were not paying their taxes.
Yeah, the actual column, it doesn't give us the full fiscal year because we're not all the way through that fiscal year yet. So, and when we put the budget together, it was even longer ago. So pages 5, 6, and 7 are all of the details of the mill. There is nothing in mill spending that is out of the ordinary. It's all normal spending for the foundational public health work that we do that is funded by property taxes, essentially. On page 7, it summarizes again for you what our 90-day reserve looks like at the end, what we anticipated at the end of this fiscal year 24, and then what we're anticipating moving forward. So that gives you that look at the cash balance again as we move out of fiscal year 24 and into fiscal year 25. So again, we've met the goal of rebuilding our cash reserves to that 90-day level. The next page moves us into our grant summary. So I'm going to scroll here through these details because those are all normal spending, nothing out of the ordinary. Our grant summary essentially includes information for you about the grants that we anticipate getting in fiscal year 25. So this only includes revenue of grants that we know we will be receiving in fiscal year 25. We did not include any grant funding that we don't know for sure that we will be getting. For example, we are getting ready to submit a grant application for the crisis diversion grant. It's the grant application is due tomorrow and that revenue is not guaranteed. It is not included in here. So that would be a budget amendment into the next fiscal year for a grant that we would receive that we did not know for sure that we were going to get at this point. So this only includes grants that we know that we are receiving. So again, at the top, starting with a dark green, it gives us the total revenue we anticipate from grants at $3,133,301. And then the dark orange gives us our total grant expenses. So we will spend the grants as authorized by the grant documents at $3,067,870.
So just a question, that was a very good example about how it happens. So you have, like you said, included the grants that you know you're going to get, but it's likely that you're going to get others. And this grant that you're applying for, assuming it's successful, that will come in with the budget amendment, but there could be a dozen others throughout the year that either you apply for, or what we found is the state comes back and says, boy, we had more money in this category. We want to send more down to the county. Here's another $100,000 or $52,000 or whatever it is. So we may get revenues that are quote unquote grants throughout the year, and that will change your budget. So it's not that you didn't contemplate it ahead of time, and it's that you don't know for sure what's coming or not during the year.
Correct.
Okay.
And if we are applying for something now and it's not guaranteed that we will receive that grant, we did not include it. We only included grant funding that we knew we would get for fiscal year 25.
Thank you.
The nice thing about the way we are presenting you the budget this year is that the grants are separate. So you can actually see what's happening in the part of our budget that is property tax funded, and you can see what's happening in our budget that's specific to the grants. So then on pages 9, 10, and 11, those are the details, both revenue details and expense details of the grant budget. And again, our expenses align with how the funder so if the state gives us money in a grant, we spend as the grant tells us how to spend it. If we get a federal grant, our expenses then align with how the federal grant tells us how to spend that grant. And so that essentially those expenses that you see listed are all in alignment with the grant contracts or the documents that we receive when we get the grant revenue. So it's the grant funder that dictates how we spend those funds, and we spend accordingly. On page 12, I believe, of your budget book, let me see. Yes. This page 12, it itemizes for you a couple of very specific budget categories that are in our grant expenses, just because there is an awful lot that gets lumped in there. So professional services, for example, that's a very large amount, $40,000 in professional services. And so what you see on page 12 is the itemized list of what we will spend that $40,000 on. So we have an underground, we pay for a service that allows us to know when people out in East Helena are digging. So that service is considered a professional service and we pay for that for the year. We have a data transfer that's going from our old data system, so technology, into a new data system. And in order to transfer our data from the old to the new, this is the $12,000 will cost us to make that transfer over. Water Quality Protection District has a rewatering project every year. They infuse water into the little prickly pear in the East Helena area. And that is to the expenses associated with that is $13,500. And then we have our medical waste, which is essentially the syringes and things like that we use within the health department. We have to dispose of those properly. So that's considered a professional service. And then the other category that has an awful lot lumped into it is our contracted services category. Again, all a part of our grants. These are grant expenses. But we have a total of $491,399 listed as a part of our contracted services in the grants. And this is the list of all of the contracted services that are planned for fiscal year 25. So essentially what you see here, we have grant funding that then we give to somebody else to actually provide the service. So Jefferson County, they do their tobacco prevention with their own staff person in Jefferson County. We get the grant, we give them the money in a contract to hire their staff. Missoula Public Health, we pay them to provide our nurse family partnership supervision. They have the nurse supervisor in Missoula. We pay them to provide that service to us. Pureview and Pureview and St. Peter's Health both are receiving contracts from Public Health this fiscal year to do work associated with grants. The Ryan White grant, the Mobile Crisis Response Team, we have grant funds that support that. And then our mobile clinic, we have grant funds that will go to Pureview to help provide those services in the community. So that's what you see on page 12 of your budget packet, is essentially an itemized list of professional services and contract services. And then on page 13 begins our Water Quality Protection District portion of the of the budget. So they receive their own dedicated funding for Water Quality Protection District. They have fees that are assessed within their district boundaries. That revenue comes in to specifically support the district. Their revenues for this next fiscal year is summarized there in the dark green at the top at $406,392. And then their anticipated expenses, $497,121. Again, their budget, they have expenses greater than revenue. They will be using their cash reserves. And so what you see at what is anticipated for an ending cash balance at the end of fiscal year 24 is the $253,993. So it's in the fourth column over and then down under ending cash balance. So 90-day reserve for the Water Quality Protection District is only 116,000. So that's what you see under that number is what they need in order to meet the 90-day reserve. So they're way over. So those are the funds that will be used. They're using $90,000 of their cash reserve to balance their budget for fiscal year 25. And then we are anticipating at the end of fiscal year 25 that their ending cash balance will be $155,039, which is just under that 90-day reserve. So their budget will be back to a good balanced budget with the appropriate amount of cash reserves. And again, as a reminder, and I outlined it in my summary, Water Quality Protection District is increasing personnel by 0.15 FTE. And that is existing staff That increase in FTE is sustainable in their budget and it supports their strategic plan goals around outreach and education. Their budget, the Water Quality Protection District budget, also includes that contribution of $38,135 into their CIP. Their capital improvement, they needed to rebuild their capital improvement plan. So their budget also includes that as an expense. And then the next 2 pages, pages 14 and 15, are the details of their revenue for the district and the details of the expenses for the district. And that concludes the budget outline for the health department. And I will just circle back to where I started. When we invest in public health, the people that live in this county are healthier for it and better for it. And so I ask that you approve our budget, and we're all certainly here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. And I really appreciate the presentation and the format that it's in. Very user-friendly in terms of how it's laid out. Thank you very much for that. Questions right off the bat, commissioners, please.
I was just wanted to express my appreciation for the way the grant money is separated out from the regular property tax that is what we're trying to control. Last year, I was it didn't make any sense to me. And this is like somebody turned the light on. Oh, yeah, I see how this works. And I was also kind of appalled that grants that are given to you by the state, they're not always concrete. I mean, they give you some, oh, we got to have some of that back, or they give you more. This is the most bizarre bookkeeping system I've ever seen, and I appreciate all the work you've done to make this more understandable to a numbered expert such as myself.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Rolfe.
Yes. First, thank you. It looks to me like since I've been here, that was one of the most responsible budgets I've seen that you've put together, and I really appreciate what you've done. Could you take a few minutes and just help me with the change in the in your intergovernmental revenues? And maybe could we just talk a little bit, like on page 5, what some of those, a little bit more about the change, the reduction in intergovernmental revenues are?
And maybe Frank can help too if you need it,
Yeah.
or Heather.
Yeah.
She has her
Well-
own number cruncher.
Mr. Chair and
I just saw
Commissioner
him
Rolfe.
pushing his button, so I
Yeah.
thought, well, he
Yeah.
has something he wants to
Yeah.
say, so.
Most of
ahead.
this has to do with the fact that we teased all of the grants out of the mill part of the budget. So the grants are now separate in a separate fund. And so if you're comparing last fiscal year 24 to fiscal year 25, that's the difference. We don't have grant revenue coming into this part of the budget. It's just property taxes essentially, with exception of one grant. So.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. But could you kind of flesh out a little bit about what the how those intergovernmental revenues come in and where they go and that sort of thing, kind of in a general sense?
Sure. So in the instance of the mill, we let me just look at, there is, so on page 5, if you look at the very first intergovernmental revenue, it says COVID relief funding. And then if you go over to fiscal year 25, there's $383,175. That is a grant we're receiving from the state. It's the only grant that is in the mill, and that's because it's specifically for immunization services,
Mhm.
which is funded by it's our foundational public health work that's funded by the mill.
Okay.
And then the next amount that's coming down is, it's a state grant, I believe, if I have the. Yes, state grant at 13,742. So this is our core immunizations
Mhm.
funding that's coming in.
Okay.
And then the next one down is entitlement revenue at $93,967. And those are funds that the county infuses into the budget. And I'll let Frank explain what entitlement funding is.
Entitlement funding is state revenue that is augmenting mill revenue. So they own land and they pay a part of of our property taxes, and that's what
They being
the state of Montana does. So that there's a calculation that comes with it. They tell it what it at sometime in February, March, they tell us what they're going to give us, and we just put that into our budget. And it's split the same way when we prorate that out like we do with the millage. So whatever your percentage that you receive in the mill, that's what you receive in entitlement revenue. It's basically a mill revenue. It's just we can't classify it like mill revenue because they just directly just give it to us. It's just a piece of it. It's just, and it's not a calculation that we calculated. The state of Montana, they calculate it out based on the properties and stuff that the state of Montana owns within our district.
Entitlement funds are something that every county gets.
Yes.
And it's via this formula that you're talking about, right?
Thank you.
Commissioner Rolfe, did that answer your question on intergovernmental
I think
revenues?
so. And as I get a little further, I'm sure I'll give one of you a call if I have more questions, but thank you.
Yeah, we did keep immunizations grant money in the mill specifically because of how that program gets funded. So those two grants essentially are for immunizations. So.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions this time? Well, good. I do want to say something to you, and that is good work. I mean, this just great work. I mean, from where we were a year ago in terms of confusion and how we're going to sustain things and how things were going to come out in the wash to not only being under budget, being back on track, I'll say, in terms of the reserves, but also a budget that is balanced and well funded here and very easy to read. So I thank you very much. I hear your comments on the importance of public health and the services it provides in our community. I agree with that. And I just want to thank the team too. It's a lot of challenges to make things work and sometimes fit square pegs and round holes, but come a long way, and I really appreciate the hard work. And Heather, thank you very much. And you know, there was a couple of significant transitions that we went through, not only having to live through a pandemic and how that influenced public health in so many ways, but financially, all of a sudden, this influx of federal funds to respond and all of this growth in numbers and things and stuff, and then having to ramp that back down and doing it at a pace that still is responsive to whatever's left of pandemic issues. That was a challenge. And then, you know, we transitioned our system a bit with Frank and Nancy and how we maybe did things in the past, how we do things now. So a lot of challenges were in front, and I think now, after all of the turbulence, the rapids we went through, that we're back in calm waters. And I just really appreciate you hanging in the raft with all of us and going through the difficult pieces of that. So thanks for that. And I'm happy about the budget you've presented. So Frank, anything you want to add to that?
Sure, Commissioner, thank you. Just to add, yeah, it was a lot of work done with Brenda and Heather and her team. And I just want to thank you guys for it. Whenever I had a question, I requested a meeting, you were there, you answered every question, you answered every phone call, very responsive, never shied away from any of these difficult discussions. A huge success in my eyes. There was, I mean, you could see highlighted in her budget summary, nearly $300,000 cut from your personnel. And the CIP is fully funded. I think that is a very successful result of this budget. So very, very good work. And I appreciate you guys.
Thank you very much. Roger, anything else? Oh, okay. Anybody else want to chip in anything? Okay. Well, we'll take any public comment on the health department budget if there's any public comment. Any public comment? Hearing none, we'll move on. And just so you know, today's no decisions made today. It's really presentation and talking through answering questions. And then we'll have multiple opportunities as we go forward to discuss any issues or problems there might be, things that might come up, but no news is good news, I guess, right, Frank? That's this.
We will be available for any questions that come up between now and when the budget is approved. Happy to help.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay. All right. We will move on. And yesterday we had the Fairgrounds scheduled to be with us, but because of some circumstances that were not in our Fairgrounds director's control, he was not able to be with us yesterday. So we are going to fit you in right now. And so Kevin Tenney is here to meet with us around the Fairgrounds budget. So welcome. If you'd introduce yourself for the record like usual, and we'll let you have the floor. Green. It's got to be green.
I'm colorblind, so that doesn't help me. Okay, no, I'm not. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. My name is Kevin Tenney. I am the Fairgrounds manager. Apologize for being a few minutes late from my original schedule meeting. I don't have anything for the slideshow. It's a pretty basic budget. So basically our Fairgrounds budget for fiscal year 25 includes both general operations as well as the Last Chance Stampede and Fair. There are some changes, but not a lot of major ones. Personnel wise, it includes myself, an accounting tech, a 3/4 time administrative support, and 5 full-time maintenance workers. One day I dreamed to have all 5 of those positions filled. General operations, our budget expenses for FY 25 have increased by $96,000, primarily due to budgeting for more Fairgrounds sponsored events. These aren't expenses that will for sure happen. It just depends on whether I'm able to secure events for the Fairgrounds. The projected revenue is $1.48 million, which reflects a slight increase from fiscal year 24. Our facility rentals, we did not adjust our rental rates for this fiscal year, so we are pretty much at a standstill. Our facilities are used pretty much 365 days a year, so I don't see a huge increase in that due to we're already full as it is. This also does include $50,000 all county purpose fund transfer. I know there's been discussions about whether that will continue from the county. I will leave that up to your discretion, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Stampede and Fair, our projected revenue is $1.2 million, an increase of $338,000. This increase is mainly due to we are going from 2 to 4 concerts every night of the Stampede and Fair. Our budgeted expenses are $1.083 million. This reflects an increase of $381,000, also strictly due to additional shows, additional production. We have also increased our rodeo purse. We see that our rough stock events are struggling to get contestants because we're going against 30 other rodeos. We did bump our purse up for those events to match or go above some of the other rodeos going on that same weekend in hopes and we can fill all 8 slots for those. With these costs and revenues, the budget reflects $136,478 net income for Stampede and Fair. Capital replacements. We are budgeting right now $77,295 this year. Of those items that we'll be purchasing, we'll always need new tables and chairs. Always need arena panels and gates. You'll see those every year. We are budgeting for a new floor scrubber, a new arena groomer, and 2 new snow plows, as both of ours fell apart on us last winter. We also have a couple projects we're planning. As you know, we added sprinkler system to the campground last year. We are also this year, we're going to renovate all the camping pads, trying to make it more aesthetically pleasing. We will continue to add main arena sand to make that ground a little more useful to our rodeo contestants, barrel racers, in hopes of winning PRCA Ground of the Year. And we will also be replacing some of the doors in our multi-purpose building. So overall, the FY25 budget as presented would leave the fairgrounds with a surplus of $163,937. The Fair Board did at the March meeting, recommend approval and to send this to the commission for approval, as does staff.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Commissioners, any questions? Any questions?
No, but I have a remark. You knew I would. Hi, Kevin.
Hello.
I have the pleasure of sitting on the Fair Board, and I was amazed and impressed and tickled to death to find out that the fairgrounds are run, it supports itself. And this isn't just this year. This is the way that Mr. Tenney has been running this operation. And I don't know if there are other fairgrounds that are operated in this way, but good job. And I'm very proud of what you've done with this project you've got. You also have people who want to spend, they want to upgrade and provide us with a new facility out there. And they're very enthusiastic, and I am too. However, I want to be sure and remind them that that is not yet a project that the county is supporting. The county is just standing here saying, we need more information. Yeah, it seems like a good idea, but let's look at the whole thing. And I recognize your position is kind of awkward because you recognize how tight-fisted we are, but you also recognize the enthusiasm and the passion of the people who are wanting to get this accomplished. So you tread a fine line.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And yes, I agree 100%. I'm kind of hands off right now when I give them information as needed, and we'll see where it goes in the future.
Thank you. Any other questions, Commissioner, or comments?
Well, it just looks to me like you're doing a great job, that it's you've got the revenue up there where it needs to be, and just keep it rolling. I live close and I look over there and I'm amazed how many days you got activities going inside the big building or in the arena and whatnot. And thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you. And it's going to be loud at Fair. You're gonna hear some concerts from your front steps.
Right.
He was telling me he had a free ticket this year. I didn't understand what he meant till now.
There you go.
I'll tell my wife that maybe we're bringing in Lawrence Welk. How's that?
There you go.
Oh, I share the sentiment of the comments, Kevin. Thank you for the good work that you're doing and bringing in the budget that you're bringing in, and it's in some ways a good problem to have when you're turning people away because you just don't have any more slots to fit people. But
Very true.
hopefully we'll continue to grow essentially the business out there and the work that you're doing. And I'm looking forward as well to the projects that are intended for late this summer and maybe in the next couple of years here. So that'll be great.
Very good.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Coming this afternoon. Is there any public comment on the Fairgrounds proposed budget? Fairgrounds proposed budget. Any public comment? All right. Hearing none, we will move on. Thank you. Mr. Cornwell, Mr. Baltz, looks like we're at break time essentially. And planning is coming up next. It's about 8 minutes to commissioners. Is a half-hour break what you'd like to see, or would you like, or are you ready to go sooner? Sure, they'd be willing to come up at 2:15 if we wanted them to, if we wanted to keep moving. Is 2:15 good time for you?
I'm
Sounds good.
whatever you want. You're the
All right,
chairman.
let's plan to be back at 2:15. And Frank, if you can connect with Mr. McNally and make sure he's ready to go at 2:15. Thank you. Okay. We'll stand in recess until 2:15. All right, welcome back. We have completed our recess. It is 2:15. We'll continue the county commission meeting, and our next budget preview and presentation is from the planning department. Good morning, sir. Please introduce yourself for the record.
Good afternoon, Chairman,
Afternoon,
Commissioners.
excuse
Yeah,
me.
great.
I'm
Greg
still in-
McNally with Director of Community Development Planning, presenting fiscal year 2025 proposed budget for you and to take questions as well. Commissioners, just a really quick summary of the budget for the proposed budget for the Community Development Planning Department. Under personnel, the budget remains essentially the same with the exception of some increases for cost of living and step increases for staff, our health plan contributions. And in addition, there is a miscellaneous payroll increase that we're proposing for promotion plan implementation, and as well as some reassignment of some job duties within the department for a single position. Under operation and maintenance, there's a decrease in overall costs for travel and training. The budget for our department was sort of ballooned out for travel and training after the COVID years. We didn't experience or participate in any travel and or training because there just wasn't those activities available to us. We anticipated hitting the road again and engaging in some of that behavior as soon as those items became available and we could do that. We did do that, but also as a result of COVID, some of how we do training has changed a little bit too. So there's some more online opportunities and the like. So we're trying to balance our needs at the lowest cost expense to make sure our professional staff have some training available to them. And so as a result, we know we can decrease our budget for this year in that realm. In addition, commissioners, you might know that we have a trolley shop. It's out in the former state lands grounds, just out next to Babe Ruth Fields there. We have a trolley that was donated to us, and we used to have our volunteers. At one point, we're pretty heavily engaged in rebuilding that trolley. We've since have had a little less time in there. We don't have volunteers actively working in there. So our utility costs, our costs for heating and lighting, as well as the cost to have a porta-john on site for those volunteers have decreased. So our budget for that item has decreased significantly because we don't anticipate having to do much there, at least this year. We do have some money in that budget for a porta-john and for some utility costs. We do anticipate still getting somewhat of a bill. So we are anticipating that. Our fixed charges essentially remain the same, but the highlight here is the increase in our rent. This Community Development Planning Department is assuming the square footage of rental spaces that are previously shared with our Environmental Health Department and our Water Quality Protection District. Right below us, where our offices are on the second floor, we have a large reception area. We have a large, not large, but we have a small break room, and we have a conference room. And the rent for those spaces were previously shared by both planning, environmental health, and the Water Quality Protection District. And now that those folks have moved into the Murray building, the Community Development Planning Department assumes all that square footage. And as a result, our budget will go up in rent by about $24,000, or just above $24,000.
Question. It's my understanding that the city attorney's office is moving into some of the offices formerly occupied by the planning department crew, and those people will be moving someplace else. Won't that decrease? I mean, the city's going to pay that rent for those offices. And
so Mr. Chair, I'll clarify, and commissioners, I'll clarify that there's some office space that environmental health occupied. They paid the full cost of that rent. Our planners have relocated into that office space. The rent that we're talking about and is this shared space that we occupied. So there's a reception area, a break room, and a conference room. And the cost of those rents were shared by all those departments.
Of the shared space.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Now, I will let you know that vacancies in the building usually were pretty hard to come by. Now there's some vacancy there, and I'm sure the building manager for this building is going to try and fill those spaces. We are open into some discussions. If there's the ability to go back to sharing some of that break room space or some of that conference room space, we would certainly want to entertain those options to help reduce our overall budget in the planning department.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. We have had some kind of preliminary discussions at the building board level. And then I think Mr. Baltz and Mr. Burton will be discussing that further over time to see who might be most appropriate to fill some of those spaces and meet some of the needs of the building. So thank you.
We could ask the Public Works Department to help share in some of the space rent here. There seems to be here a lot.
And then, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, finally, the capital improvement plan that we have, the funding that we provide for that remains unchanged. Our capital improvement plan allows us to sock away some dollars for some of our big ticket items, 2 of our vehicles that we operate, as well as our copiers that we have downstairs, as well as the smart board. We have a smart board that we keep in that conference room where we can access files and interact with the public, and also the documents we pull up on the screen. So the improvement plan remains unchanged. And we did actually this year, because of that conscientious amount of saving, we were able to turn around and utilize that capital improvement plan to purchase a new vehicle for us. We replaced a 2004 Ford Escape with a brand new vehicle. And we also replaced one of our copiers this year as well. So again, just that capital improvement plan allows us to save in advance and be prepared to buy those when we're ready.
Chairman, just like him to point out what type of vehicle was purchased for Commissioner Rolfe. Do you notice his cup?
Oh, we purchased a Honda CR-V from Helena Motors, but got a great deal. We're looking forward to it. Commissioners, that's my presentation for the Community Development Planning Department budget. I'd be happy to take any questions you might have. Oh, I'll back up just a minute, and before I take questions, I'll talk about real quick in the operation and maintenance. We do have some contracted services. Planning does contract out services. A unique item in our contracted services this year is in anticipation for the MPO, the Metropolitan Planning Organization. We know we'll be getting some planning funds for that. We know that there'll be We don't know really necessarily how big of it is, how big the dollar amount is. We have an idea, but we haven't received those dollars yet. And we have some activities that we have to complete as part of the MPO in that first year. So I've tucked away a little bit of dollars for that in the event that our PL funds don't cover that. We've got some that we can rely on in the planning department to help fund the necessary costs of getting that work completed.
Thank you.
And right now it's an amount of $50,000.
Right. Great. Yeah, thank you. Had a good meeting yesterday related to that introduction to the MPO. I attended, so yeah, it's on. My mic is on.
I'll take questions.
Sometimes it's hard to tell. I've got weird colors up here, so anyway, thank you for that, and I appreciate you putting money aside for that purpose. We need to get through that process here. So, questions or comments? Questions or comments, commissioners? Okay.
One comment was, if you bought that new printer, if you could print these off, all the other departments have had it in color and big enough to read. And come on, Greg, work with us here. Want bigger and colorful.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. He's got his notes for next year. Thanks, Greg. Mr. Baltz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I might just build a little bit on what Mr. McNally's already told you, and maybe we could speak a little bit about this budget. To summarize, is a little over $1.6 million. And it's built to accommodate an ambitious work plan for the department. And that work plan consists of a number of items I'm sure that you recall, but the department is heavily engaged in implementing the zoning that was passed. That's an ongoing activity for the staff. And commissioners, you're aware that we are updating the growth plan for Lewis and Clark County. And Greg, please jump in and help me where you feel free. There's also an update of our subdivision regulations, which is occurring. The staff is also putting together the appropriate documents right now to engage in what we've called a joint infrastructure study in partnership with the city of Helena. So that is pending, and will be coming forward when it's ready. So in addition to the impact of the change in status where we've become a metropolitan planning organization, those other projects are also on the slate for this department. So just a general overview of some of the priorities that this budget is intended to support. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, Commissioners, and Mr. Baltz, thank you for that addition. I'll add as well that as of June of last year, we were fully staffed and have been fully staffed in that amount of time. And it's a great time to be fully staffed, given the amount of long-range planning that we do have up ahead of us, as Mr. Baltz has outlined. We have wonderful staff. They're tremendously engaged and excited about all these projects we have going on. And they will bode well for the county in the long run. They do take time to do. We ask for engagement from the public along the way. We ask for engagement from our elected officials. We ask for engagement from our volunteer boards. We ask for engagement from our department heads and their department staff as we do all these things. And so far, everybody is engaged, and we appreciate that support, and we look forward to meeting those goals.
Thank you, Greg. Anything further, commissioners? Okay, appreciate you being here today. Thanks for coming early. Any public comment on the planning department budget? Any public comment? Any public comment? Okay, seeing no public come forward. We are back to seeing what are now, as Commissioner Payne alluded to, our good friends that are here like every couple hours. Another round of public works, and this will be the road, sign, bridge, infrastructure, shop, gas tax, unfunded projects. Okay, we're all ears. Welcome again.
Thank you, Chairman Hunthausen. If you could just give us a moment to get our slide
You bet.
show ready. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commission Commissioners and Chairman, for the record, my name is Jenny Chambers, Lewis Clark County Public Works Director. Today we're talking about the last and final budget for Public Works. So the fiscal year 25 proposed budget for the following Public Works departments or divisions is the shop maintenance division, the fuel revolving fund, the bridge division, the road division, sign division, our gas tax funding, and also the road and bridge infrastructure projects. With me today, I've got some staff that will also be here to support in case there's any questions or others that may come up with this budget discussion. Kevin Horn, our operations manager for the road bridge sign and shop area. Dan Carlin, our county engineer. Dustin Knoll will also be showing up here shortly, who's our shop supervisor. And then also Audra Zackrell, our Assistant Public Works Director. So at this time, I'll turn over to Audra to go through some of these budget details. And as always, we'll kind of tag team the presentation and be certainly happy to answer any questions you guys have. This is one of the larger budgets for Public Works. A lot more attention from the public based upon these particular projects. And so we could certainly spend whatever time you guys need necessary to go through those. So thank you.
Thank you, Jenny, and hello again, Chairman Hunt Housing Commissioners. For the record, I'm Audra Zackrell, Assistant Director of Public Works. As Jenny mentioned, we have several budgets to go over here with you, and each of the following budgets will reflect the following. We will only discuss significant differences from the prior year. Personnel budgets will include a 3.5% matrix adjustment, step increases, longevity, and a health insurance premium increase of $25 per month per employee. Again, CIP will be used throughout these budgets quite a bit, and the CIP stands for Capital Improvement Plan. O&M will also be used, and that stands for Operations and Maintenance section of the budget. I'm going to begin with the shop maintenance division. The shop maintenance division is responsible for the repair and maintenance of approximately 135 plus units of various equipment in the road, bridge, sign, shop, noxious weed program, and administrative divisions of Public Works. 5 full-time employees ensure that equipment is maintained to the highest standards to achieve safe, reliable, and economic equipment with maximum longevity and efficiency. The primary source of revenue for the shop is an internal charge back to the road division at 90% and the bridge division at 10%. This internal charge remains at $825,000. Other county departments that use our shop services are a secondary source of revenue for this fund. For operations and maintenance, minor equipment totals $11,000. This number includes a sandblast machine replacement at $4,000, a diesel smoke leak detector at $4,500, and a 50% cost share of a forklift, $2,500. This cost share is with our noxious weed control division. Both divisions use a forklift for their operations, and it just makes sense for them to share one. Travel and training in the shop division includes an out-of-state Elgin sweeper maintenance training at $3,200 for both the registration and the travel expenses. Also in this budget in the next year is a Northwestern Energy budget authority for Northwestern Energy to relocate the overhead power lines underground. It's going to cost about $15,000. This will improve the safety in our complex from having the overhead lines for our equipment operators. Are there any questions so far on the operations and maintenance portion of the shop before I move on to capital? Okay. So in fiscal year 24, we combined the capital plan for the sign, bridge, shop, and road divisions into one fleet CIP that the shop manages. A $1,025,000 contribution is budgeted to the CIP from road, and a $241,000 contribution is budgeted from the bridge division. When you look at the CIP plan, you'll notice that in order to maintain and support the current fleet at the level of service that we currently provide, a $1.6 million contribution is needed. Because we're not able to make a full contribution, that just means that we need to prioritize our equipment purchases. And we also try to find creative ways to extend the life of the current equipment that we have. Capital purchases budgeted for fiscal year 25 total $1,553,370. This number includes 2 snowplows at $453,200. These 2 snowplows were actually procured using a direct negotiation after we didn't receive any bids, and we just haven't received those 2 snowplows yet. The capital purchases total also includes a loader replacement at $307,470. The ARPA mag tanks and AST relocation project. AST is for the fuel island, that replacement project, at $238,810. These are additional funds in case the ARPA funding is not sufficient to cover the entire cost of the project. We have a transport truck replacement at $212,180. A backhoe replacement at $175,000. A backhoe trailer replacement at $50,000. The complex camera replacement cost share of 40% at $44,800. A shop fresh air exchange system, $37,130. And finally, a roof replacement for the Wolf Creek shop at $34,780. Are there any questions concerning the shop budget?
Questions, commissioners? I guess we're
Okay.
We're good to move forward.
I will move on to the fuel revolving. This fund derives revenue from the sale of the fuel at the fuel island. We sell our fuel at the cost of fuel plus a surcharge per gallon that funds the repair, maintenance, and replacement of the fuel system. The annual surcharge is determined by calculating the total budgeted expense less the cost of fuel divided by the estimated or budgeted number of gallons anticipated to be sold. And I explain that because in the past 2 years, the Sheriff's Department has steadily reduced their unleaded fuel by about 40%. And that's created a shortfall in the budget this year because I anticipated that we would sell more gallons. So we're not able to, it's reduced our reserve in this fund. And I have Jenny wanting to add.
Yeah,
to
I
this.
guess I
So-
didn't quite understand that was happening. What's the reasoning for that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, so as part of the budget preparation for fiscal year 25 and looking at this fuel revolving fund and the surcharges associated with that, Audra did a lot of work to put together some of the comparisons so we could see past years of her estimates of how much fuel was sold from the fuel island and how much we anticipate moving forward. With that information, which was also looking at AS 400 on the expenditure side of the house and seeing how much the sheriff's office purchased fuel from other locations, meaning that they're not necessarily decreasing their amount of fuel that they're using. They're just decreasing it necessarily from using it from our fuel island.
Right.
So we took that information. I met with the sheriff's office, Under Sheriff Colbert, Captain Wright, Captain Robinson, to kind of discuss that, knowing that this was going to be impactful for Public Works in the future, as well as just making sure that nothing significantly changed on their end based upon how we were estimating what those budgets were. They not necessarily didn't have any rationale on why that was a decrease. They do allow their deputies to go to multiple locations to purchase fuel if needed. So it probably just depends upon when they're out and about, what spot is most convenient for them as far as access and use of that. They were going to revisit internally and talking about this impacts on overall county government. And then moving forward, they were going to try to indicate to folks that they should rely on the fuel island to the best of their ability. And then while they still allow these other options moving forward. So we're being conservative on our estimate for fiscal year 25. We'll watch it. We'll see where things go in the future. But I don't necessarily think it's because they're not happy with the services or it's not accessible for them to provide fuel here. It's more just of a logistical issue associated with their operations.
Thanks. You answered my question. Commissioner Payne.
Is there a difference in the price of the fuel that they buy Brand X versus Lewis and Clark County?
Thank you for that question, Commissioner Payne. Chairman, commissioners, it's hard to tell because we don't pay gas tax. So when I look at
Exactly.
when I look at the price at the pumps, that price doesn't equate to what we're selling our fuel for because of the gas tax. I think typically with the surcharge that I add, it's usually about the same price as what they're paying at the pump.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Payne, I also want to add that we talked to them about our implementation of the master plan and the future about relocating these fuel islands to make it more convenient for them to come into the shop complex versus cutting all the way through. There might be a better gate access for them to fill up in the future. We also talked about the capacity. So in the case of an emergency, we have 5,000 gallons of unleaded fuel premium per the request of the sheriff's office that we try to maintain that. So we do also want to balance. Dustin Knoll and the shop folks do a really good job to make sure that we get deliveries associated with keeping that tank 3/4 of the way full, so that in case there is an emergency, and sometimes there's a fuel emergency shortage, where if there's an earthquake or other instances that occur, both our emergency operations staff at the sheriff's office and our public works staff would be able to continue to maintain our operations. So the island is also, the fuel island is also critical just in the case that we need to maintain, we support it in case there's county emergencies moving forward, that we have some capacity for fuel in the future.
Thank you. Yes, I was of the understanding that we had been at a place where they were going to try and use it as much as possible. I hope that we get back to that in the future.
Thank you. We do too. But due to this impact, we need to increase the fuel surcharge for unleaded, premium unleaded from to 30 cents from 20 cents. And for diesel, we will increase it from 28 cents to 30 cents for fiscal year 25. The impact wasn't as great for diesel because the fuel usage that affects the sheriff's department is the unleaded fuel. And also because of this, no capital contribution has been budgeted in an effort to try to keep the costs down for fiscal year 25. So there's fewer costs to spread. I also estimated that we would use fewer gallons of fuel to spread those costs over less, over the fewer gallons. And so if we are able to sell more than the estimated number of gallons, then we'll bring in a little bit more revenue next year to help hopefully build up our reserve and be able to make a capital contribution next year. Are there any other questions on the fuel revolving? All right. All right, we'll move on to the bridge division. The bridge division has 5.5 full-time employees and is responsible for the construction, repair, and maintenance of 110 bridge structures, 1,400 culverts, 125 miles of guardrail, and 1,500 miles of drainage infrastructure. In addition, the bridge division assists the road division with winter road maintenance and rural improvement districts with maintenance as needed. The primary source of revenue for the bridge division is the general fund. And this budget primarily funds personnel and equipment, and along with a contribution to the bridge infrastructure for major projects, which I'll get into in a little bit. Operations and maintenance, you'll see a 3% increase in total operations budgeted from fiscal year 24. Minor equipment totals 8,950, which includes a 50% cost share allocation for AutoCAD at 1,750, a 10,000 watt generator replacement at 1,500, a concrete saw replacement at 3,000, a cordless drill at 200, a hammer drill at 2,000, a 50% cost share allocation for the conference room, training room laptop at 750, and unanticipated tool replacements at 500. Operating supplies includes a mass casualty incident response kit at 1,750. We've included in professional services, a 1/3 cost share of $50,000 for the MPO Long Range Transportation Plan Reserve. I believe Greg McNally mentioned that just prior to our meeting here. We also have a cost savings in the bridge division. Dust control for the Dalton Mountain Bridge detour is no longer needed. That's a cost savings of about $16,000. That replacement project is underway, so that's good news. The budgeted transfer to the Bridge Infrastructure Fund, we are requesting an increase of $150,000 from $300,000 to $450,000. And the sign transfer, the Bridge Division also helps support the sign budget, and that amount is $71,000. And as a side note, the Montana Coal Endowment Program project expenditures are budgeted in the Bridge Infrastructure Fund 556, which we'll get to in just a few budgets. Again, capital is combined with the road, sign, and shop divisions into one fleet CIP managed by the shop. And the Bridge Division capital contribution remains at $241,000. Are there any questions concerning the Bridge Division?
Questions? Just, we were talking about it earlier, the contributions, the increased contributions to CIP and how that's happening.
Are you on?
Yes, I'm on. So the this particular contribution is not for the master plan. This is actually for bridge replacement. Can you just explain? I think we've talked about it earlier, but explain it.
Thank you, Chairman Hunthausen, for that question, Commissioners. The Bridge Division has two different capital improvement plans. One is for equipment, and that is the $241,000. The other capital improvement plan that we maintain for the bridge is a bridge infrastructure / replacement type program where we have we itemize, or we have each of our bridges on a replacement cycle. And that's to either replace or do major improvements to those bridges.
Okay. And the increase is just because of the intent to try and build that fund for some of the replacements that are anticipated in the near future. Is that
correct? Chairman Hunthausen, when we look forward 5-10 years, we see that we're going to have a shortfall. We wouldn't be able to replace or do the major repairs and improvements to these bridges if we don't increase our CIP now. We would need quite a large sum in the future. So we're trying to slowly build that up.
Build that up. Okay. So it's a new request though from the general fund.
It is this year.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And how? Did you have? Go ahead.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, it's just a question for you.
Yeah.
And would it be helpful with Audra and Jenny and everyone's help that on any type of transfer associated with capital, if it's from the general fund, would you like that to be really clearly brought out to you as we just keep presenting these budgets? Would that be helpful?
I think so. Just I think it would be just because we
Okay.
have to consider it's new spending that is from the general fund, and we're gonna have to weigh it against all the other stuff. But if we don't understand it, then I was confused yesterday. So I just want to make sure I understand where it's coming from and stuff. And then the bridge fund, how that transfer works, maybe you can help me with that, Frank, or Jenny can, how the bridge, is it just a direct transfer from general fund? It's fully general fund funded, the bridge? Okay. All right, just want to.
And is that the same for the sign transfer? So it's from the general fund into a specific fund for signs?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Payne, that'd be correct for the portion of the sign budget that comes from bridge, would be general fund. There's another portion of the sign budget that would come from the road revenue sources. That would not be general fund, but yes.
Yeah.
Is Audra shaking her head?
Just to clarify, gas tax and bridge contribute a third each to the road department to support the sign program, the sign division.
Oh, and where
Yes.
does the other third come from?
From the road budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, just for clarity, the 71,000, that's not an increase. That's just a static amount from prior year, right?
That's the normal contribution. Okay.
It's a transfer.
Yeah, but that's the normal transfer. It's not an increase.
No.
Yeah, okay.
But-
We just want to make sure we understand.
And Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, yeah, great point. And so there is a request in this year's budget for fiscal year 25 to increase the general fund contribution for bridge infrastructure based upon the long range planning and direction that we have for forecasting bridge replacement or rehab projects. In your binders on page 124, we try to provide some detail surrounding the bridges we've identified and their general year of replacement.
Thank you.
These are not all of the bridges that we have within the county, and certainly not all of the replacement cycle for the long term or rehabilitation efforts that we would need to make. But it shows you in the next 2 to 3 years, if we don't contribute more funding to the bridge infrastructure, we will not be able to sustain it. So while we did not go out that much further, it's kind of like the chicken before the egg. If you don't have the funding to project spending projects, you're not going to actually do those projects anyway. So we go negative in fiscal year 27 of about $443,000 because our beginning cash balance carry forward is only projected at 116. So really this forecasting of the additional contribution is with an effort to get us the next couple years down the road based upon some of these bridges that we potentially need to move forward with. So that kind of gives you the bridges, the age of the bridges, the bridge year replacement cycle or work that we would need to do on those bridges. Some of them are replacements, some of them are just reconstruction or rehab type projects. And then kind of shows you the estimated dollar amount for those projects because they're not getting any cheaper. And kind of forecasting ahead. So we were lucky to find funding for most of the projects in fiscal year 24. We've been really successful with getting, as you guys are aware, grants for these bridge replacements through the Montana Coal Endowment Program, for instance, for like Head Lane. We have a new planning grant for the Augusta Clemens Bridge, but they do require some match dollars associated with it. So sometimes this factors in the match costs associated with those grant opportunities. So 124 just provided you a little bit more detail on page 124 on that kind of the bridge schedule moving forward and why we were looking for an increase in that capital improvement allocation for bridge infrastructure.
So, Mr.
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you for pointing out page 124 as well.
Sorry.
Yes, sir.
No. So a suggestion would be with Jenny and Audra's help is as we go through the public works budget and we wrap everything up, again, with their expertise, if we could just summarize the specific amount of money that is being requested for capital that would be needing to come out of the general fund, because we're talking about some for the complex master plan. And now we're talking about some now for what we were just talking about.
The bridge CIP.
The bridge CIP. Thank you, Audra. So maybe when we finish, if we could just summarize the total amount that's being requested from the general fund for the commissioners. I think that might be helpful.
Great, thank
All
you.
right, thank you, Rob.
Thanks.
Yes, thank you for those questions. And Chairman, to make it easy, this really is the only general fund budget that we'll be looking at for the rest of this budget meeting. So this dollar amount that we've just discussed, I can summarize, this is it for this meeting, okay? Do we have any other questions on the bridge division?
Not right now.
Okay.
I don't anyway. I think, yeah, 124 helps a lot too. It just
All right.
clarifies the need. Like you said, you start going negative 27 and assuming there's not outside dollars that come in to help that.
Sure, and we will get to the bridge infrastructure budget shortly.
Okay.
I try to put the budgets in an order because they build upon each other. If there's a better way that you think I could rearrange them to make it less confusing, we're
No,
certainly
it's-
happy to take
It's really
that.
good. Sorry to get ahead of ourselves there. Go ahead.
Oh, no, don't be sorry. We appreciate the questions. Thank you. So we'll move on to the road division. The road division is responsible for maintaining 455 miles of gravel roads and 119 miles of hard surface roads within a 3,500 square mile radius. The division is supported by 17.09 full-time employees that maintain 8 districts and 3 outlying districts that include Wolf Creek, Lincoln, and Augusta. Maintenance services include signage, grading, asphalt patching, snow removal, gravel, dust suppressant, sweeping, work zone traffic control, and providing construction management for annual contracted projects such as crack sealing, asphalt paving, chip sealing, fog sealing, and pavement markings. Support is also provided to other county departments, local and state governments, and emergency services. The division mission is to provide safe, cost-effective, professional, timely, and quality infrastructure maintenance and improvements with world-class customer service for the traveling public being served. Revenue for the road division. The road division receives revenue from a variety of sources. Those sources include tax revenue, such as property taxes, a road mill levy, and entitlement levy. That amount in fiscal year 25 is estimated at $3,851,568. They receive intergovernmental revenue, such as payment in lieu of taxes, also known as PILT, state aid to transportation, and state entitlement. Those amounts total $689,048. Charges for services such as approach and excavation permits, missile and extraordinary snow removal contracts, and revenue generated from work provided when assisting other agencies. And that amount totals $106,000. There's also miscellaneous and interest earnings and interfund transfers such as the 62.2% health insurance transfer, the sign transfer from gas tax and bridge to support the sign program. Traffic counts, we receive half of the traffic count budgeted amount from the planning department. And these amounts total $274,485. There's a 4% increase in budgeted revenue for the road division. It's increasing from $4,738,343 to $4,921,047. Again, for fiscal year 25, no timber receipts revenue is budgeted. We've been anticipating over the past few years that that revenue may go away. So each year we have not been budgeting for that amount in case it happens. And we've received the fiscal year 24 allocation of $392,453. And we've also received notification that that is likely the final amount that we will get for the timber receipts revenue. So options to increase current revenue sources and find other revenue sources are needed for our road division. Are there any questions before I move on to operations and maintenance?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, just want to highlight a little bit, the reduction in the potential to not receive the timber receipts in the future is going to have an impact on the Public Works Road Department Capital Improvement Plan. So as Audra indicated, it hasn't been something we've budgeted for project work. When that revenue does come in, it gets put into the capital improvement plan for equipment and other long-range planning needs for maintaining our fleet. So as Audra indicated, that capital improvement plan should be about 1.6 million annually for us to sustain that for all of the fleet that we have to manage. By having less, $400,000 less moving forward, that's going to drastically impact that in the future. So not only are we going to have to prioritize how we maintain and what equipment we replace, at some point that's going to get a bottleneck issue, and we may not be able to continue with the same services depending upon looking for other funding sources. So we're highlighting it as a potential risk area in the future, just with an understanding that if this is the last year for timber receipts, it's going to have an impact on the overall equipment fleet of the shop maintenance area.
Thank you, Jenny. That is a good point. Commissioners, when I started at Public Works 15, 16, 17 years ago, the contribution that we made to the CIP was $750,000. And that's what we would be facing now here almost 20 years later. The contribution that we would be making without the timber receipt revenue. So that would be an unfortunate kind of going back in time, especially when equipment costs are much, much higher than they were 17 years ago. Is there any questions again before I move on to operations and maintenance? Okay. This budget has a 4.6% increase in O&M from fiscal year 24. Minor equipment is budgeted at $21,100, and that includes a 50% cost share allocation for AutoCAD at $1,750. A 50% cost share allocation for a conference room, training room laptop at $750, 20 office chairs at $6,000, new hire needs at $1,500, and unanticipated replacements at $3,000. 2 weed trimmers, one for Augusta and one for Lincoln at $600 for both. And a weed trimmer and a pressure washer for Wolf Creek for $7,500 for both. Building repair and maintenance includes 2 Lincoln Shop overhead door openers, $2,500, and fencing for the Lincoln Shop area at $4,000. Traffic counts remain budgeted at $15,000 with a $7,500 cost share from the planning department. Professional services includes road prioritization plan costs budgeted again at $10,000. We have grant or permit consulting assistance at $10,000. And professional services also includes a 1/3 cost share of $50,000 for the MPO long range transportation plan reserve. So that cost share is the road division, the sign division, and the planning department, for a total of $150,000. Travel and training totals $19,120 and includes an out-of-state asphalt maintenance training at $3,025. And per diem for an Augusta road project at $2,000 to save the travel time. We have the staff stay in Augusta for the week while they're working on the gravel project on the Sun Canyon Road. The O&M budget also includes a new Lincoln Shop lease for the sand and gravel storage at $1,000. Any questions on the road division budget? Okay, thank you. Yes, the road division budget is similar to the bridge division budget in that it primarily funds the people and the equipment. All the projects happen in these future budgets that we're going to be discussing here shortly. The next budget is the sign division. The sign division is a segment of the road division and is supported with some of the same revenue sources. The gas tax fund and bridge division each contribute 1/3 of the annual budgeted sign expenditures as revenue to the road fund to support the sign operations, as we discussed earlier. You will see a 6% increase in the total sign O&M budget. Minor equipment is budgeted at $5,100. It includes a solar light charger at $600, a trailer purchase at $4,000, and unanticipated tool replacements of $500. O&M also includes $5,000 added to the budget for a school crossing flasher lights, maintenance, and repair. For capital, again, the capital has been combined with the road, bridge, and shop divisions into one CIP managed by the shop. There is one unfunded item in the sign budget. That item is potentially an ADA funds request of $5,000 for crosswalk flashing lights on Montana Avenue for a sight impaired resident. Something for the commission to consider.
Where at on Montana Avenue? Do you?
That is a great question. I know it's north, but let me turn it over to north of Bob's Valley Market.
Already got those up there. Never mind.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Payne, yeah, there are good crosswalk locations and good flashing light beacons. There's currently a blind individual that walks up there on a regular basis. And what you would do is you would upgrade this sign package and the flashing light beacon to have some audio capabilities associated with that. So she would know to push the button that it's flashing and she could hear that, knowing it's safe to walk and that the people have stopped at that location versus the flashing light that you wouldn't necessarily see. So it's an upgrade of some of the technology there based upon ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act requirements. But Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Payne, just for clarification, we don't have the funding budgeted in the sign department budget for that through this O&M. It's in our unfunded project list on page 127. And it could potentially be, depending upon Frank and Roger, evaluations of other county ADA requests, something that you guys would choose to fund out of the ADA funding that's through the finance department.
Thank you, Jenny.
I think we can keep going. Well, I'll make a comment on that, I guess. I think we set aside, traditionally we set aside about $50,000 a year for potential ADA projects. For example, last year or the year before, I think we used the great majority of that year's on the sidewalk and near the Myrnaloy and around the courthouse on the east side of the courthouse. So those kinds of projects. And so as they come up and we have to respond to ADA and improve our infrastructure, we try to use it out of that fund over time. So anyway.
Excuse me, I was curious about, I got a phone call from a constituent that was very concerned about Montana Avenue where it meets might be Mill Road. It's south of Lincoln, and it's where there's a Exxon gas station there, and somebody got hit or run over or killed, and this person was very upset. And as I recall, that's not county, that's state.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Payne. Yes, we received, I think you forwarded that email to us, or we were aware of that situation as well. There's been other crash and data report on the location as in those areas There's a lot of folks that walk that road and cross at several different locations on North Montana Avenue. That portion is under Montana Department of Transportation jurisdiction, but we've raised it with them through the county and some of the concerns we have from some of our public. And it is one of their projects that they're evaluating through their hazard safety improvement program, where there's projects that periodically come up based upon crash data and information that as projects and funding becomes available, they do prioritize it. We do have some projects through the hazard safety improvement program that are underway now within the county. Just to give you a little bit of background, we've got a signed package on Orofino Gulch that we're working with MDT on for safety improvement program. We've got some work on Jimtown Road, as well with some curvature and some signage and some guardrail, and then also a little bit on a Bird's Eye project, as well as Gates of the Mountain. So there are projects that come up periodically that we do partner with MDT on their jurisdiction or the county, where we get some funds through that MDT Hazard Safety Improvement Program funding source.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, seeing no other questions, we'll move on to the gas tax budget. The main and only source of revenue for this fund is fuel tax, which has historically been about $270,000. Revenue previously received and accounted for as the Bridge and Road Safety and Accountability Act gas tax, also known as BARSA, will now be receipted into this fund instead of its own fund after the restrictions changed in the last legislature. This will account for an additional $365,000 coming into Fund 282. So with that additional $365,000, we had conversations and we would like to continue using those funds for what were intended through BARSA, which were more infrastructure type projects. So we will plan to do a transfer each year of about $365,000 to the Road Infrastructure Fund for road construction, reconstruction, and larger repair and maintenance projects. And so that has been budgeted for fiscal year 25. The remaining expenses for gas tax will be snowplow, dump truck, and grader tires and cutting edges at $66,000. The PTH wear parts at $30,000. Pothole patching material at $7,500. Winter salt and sand, $107,500. The sign transfer at $71,000. And at this time, I'd like to just note that gas tax revenues do not increase when road mileage increases. However, more roads do result in higher maintenance to those roads, maintenance costs to the roads. Are there any questions on gas tax? Okay.
I'm sorry. Would you
No.
say that last part again? Just repeat it, because the
Sure.
part about what the gas tax does not increase if the road miles increase. Why is that?
Thank you, Commissioner Payne. Chairman Hunthausen, Commissioners, the gas tax is based on fuel usage. And when roads are added, that doesn't mean fuel usage will necessarily go up, but the cost to maintain those roads goes up.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Payne, as we look into the future and some of the efforts with energy efficiencies and hybrid vehicles and electric vehicles, the concern is that there's a lot of reliance on gas tax, not only for counties' road infrastructure and roads, but on other state and Montana efforts tap into a lot of the gas tax revenue for other programs as well. And so if you look in past history based upon gas tax usage, it has decreased as time continues. People are finding other ways for traveling. You look at transit, bus routes, pedestrian and bike routes, and then of course with electrical vehicles and the hybrids. So in the future, I think Audra just wanted to highlight the fact that you still need to have that infrastructure for those other type of modes of operation and transportation, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to get the revenue through gas tax.
All right, thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions, we'll move on to the Road and Bridge Infrastructure Fund 556. This is a capital fund intended for larger road and bridge projects that meet the county's capital asset threshold. Revenue for this fund can be derived from many sources, including grants, cooperative agreements, and transfers from road mill levy and from the bridge infrastructure replacement contribution from the general fund. Fiscal year 25 budgeted revenue includes the road mill levy transfer in of $1,044,569. United States Forest Service road cooperative agreements totaling $60,000. The general fund contribution to the bridge replacement plan transfer in of $450,000. Again, as we discussed earlier, that's up from $300,000 in past years. So that's $150,000 additional ask for fiscal year 25. We have revenue from the Montana Coal Endowment Program Bridge Grant for the Dalton Mountain Bridge at $558,806. We have a Montana Coal Endowment Program Bridge Grant for Head Lane, $379,930. We have a Coal Endowment Program Bridge Grant, which is a planning grant, as Jenny mentioned earlier, that's $32,000. So all three MSEP bridge grants will total almost $1 million in fiscal year 25. That total is $970,736. In addition, we will have the gas tax road infrastructure transfer in of $365,000, as I mentioned earlier. And then we will also have a closeout amount of $128,000 that's remaining in the BARSA Fund 283 that was not spent in fiscal year 24. And that will be transferred to the road and bridge infrastructure account. Are there any questions on revenue before I move to the expenses? Okay. All right. I'll begin with the bridge infrastructure and capital projects. We have the Dalton Mountain Bridge project. The current engineering estimate for that is $4.4 million. It's up from $3.6 million that was in last year's budget, which was up from $2.2 million in the year before. But the project is actually happening, so that can't go up anymore. And two, this isn't necessarily, we are not spending 4.4. The county is not spending 4.4 million on this. We have the MSEP grant for $558,806, which was our contribution to this project, and the rest is from the state. This is a state project, and so there's a $0 contribution to this, only staff time to manage this project. But I do like to highlight this because it is our bridge. Okay. Additional expenses include the MSEP or Montana Coal Endowment Program grant head lane bridge construction, $759,860, which means we have a $379,930 match. It's a 50-50 match. We have the Beartooth erosion engineer design at $100,000. We have the Montana Coal Endowment Program or MSEP grant bridge planning grant at $40,000, which means that we have an $8,000 match on that project. We have the Glass Drive Helena Valley Irrigation District Canal Crossing project at $70,000. We have the Collins Drive Bridge replacement at $200,000. We have the Ferry Drive Bridge design at $25,000. And we have unanticipated partnership opportunity reserve of $60,000 that we've been budgeting that amount for probably the past 5 years in case we have an opportunity to partner with another entity on a bridge project. Are there any questions on our bridge budget? Okay. All right, we'll move on to the road infrastructure and capital projects. Projects include Valley Drive, chip, fog, epoxy paint, and approach paving from York to Canyon Ferry. That's $315,756. We have Highway 435, chip and epoxy paint at $625,000. We have the Lake Helena Drive reconstruction design engineering for $225,000. We have 2 U.S. Forest Service cooperative agreements, one for $40,000 for the York Nelson Dust Control, one for $20,000 for the Middleman Logging Project Dust Control. That is a RAC project for the U.S. Forest Service. We have $2,376 budgeted to crack seal on Terrence and Erickson. We have $15,000 budgeted for blade patching asphalt. We have $18,000 for safety approach paving on Wilder, Hiawatha, and Winston. We have $382,482 budgeted for the crack, chip, fog, epoxy paint symbol project, Motsiff, Jimtown, here, Lake Helena, Deal, and Prairie. We have $133,580 budgeted for the road waterborne paint striping on non-chipped roads. We have a total of $124,000 budgeted to purchase gravel material. About 2,500 ton is for Helena, 1,250 ton for Lincoln, 12,000 ton for Augusta, and about 1,000 ton for Wolf Creek. We have 4 gravel projects and that total $169,000. That's gravel and mag chloride for road stabilization. We have 1 mile of Green Meadow for $32,000. We have 2.5 miles of Hauser Dam Road for $73,000. And we have 2 miles of Priest Pass for $64,000. And then we also have the lower 6 miles of Sun Canyon Road at $80,000. We've budgeted $110,000 for road stabilization mag chloride supply. And that is the supply that our crews will apply. We also have $110,000 budgeted for the mag chloride contracted, which we hire a contractor to apply that mag. And that's for the Sun Canyon lower and upper sections for 12 miles. And that is the end of my expenditures for the Road and Bridge Infrastructure Fund. I'm going to turn it over to Jenny.
Commissioners and Chairman, I wanted just to close with some of the evaluation and kind of overview of some of the maintenance costs we've seen within the road department. And also to highlight some of the unfunded road projects. So no different than the bridge discussion, we have to evaluate closely the amount of revenue that we have that comes in and prioritize the projects based upon what we're able to accomplish. So we basically put the projects that are the higher priority in this document, while there's others that we should be doing in fiscal year 25, or even the ones that should have been done in fiscal year 24. We didn't have enough revenue to do all the projects in the need within the county. So wanted to highlight a little bit some of the reasons and rationales for that, based upon the revenue source staying pretty much stable unless we were able to get grant funding to move forward, was because of some of the increase you've seen in some of the past costs. So just with some unit comparison costs, here's just a quick graph to kind of go through. This is just for asphalt unit price delivered, placed, and compacted. So we go out to bid. We do a bid to try to secure a good vendor for getting material for asphalt, getting it hauled, getting it put in place for some of our overlay projects. So Bird's Eye, Valley Drive, the one that we did in the rural improvement district. These are the cost items you're seeing. So in 2009, so you're going way back quite a bit, but even if you look at 2019 to now 2024, we're kind of stabling out. But there was a huge influx in 2022 and 2023 that basically your money's not going to go as far as it would have in previous years. So just give you some comparison. We trend these, we look at these. We really look closely at our cost estimates for engineering based upon these budgets and these projections. But when you can never anticipate a year like 2022 with some of those projects, it puts you in the red moving forward. So just a quick comparison there on asphalt. And then here's another one just for our other maintained roads that we're trying to just to preserve with good chip seal, road maintenance, the fog seal, the epoxy paint. If it's cheaper to maintain those roads long-term than it is just to reconstruct them. So we've had a lot of conversations about Country Club Avenue, about how the interim project we're working on just to do the 2-inch asphalt overlay is just an interim solution where that road's going to ultimately have to be reconstructed in the future. If we were able to preserve the road over time and do these chip sealings, fogs, you can continue and extend the life of those roads moving forward. So in comparison for chip seal, this is a cost of a chip seal of a road maintenance per square yard moving forward. So you can see there that 2011 to 2021, it was pretty standard based upon that square yard and the amount of miles that we would be able to get accomplished within the county. Again, a huge influx in 2022 that you guys are aware of. And then it's coming back down, but it's certainly not coming back down to the level that it was in the 2015 range. So again, just another table to kind of highlight the fact that these costs are not getting lower. They're inflating higher than necessarily our revenue is increasing from a county perspective. So. And then last is just to highlight the projects that are on our list for unfunded. So as you hear from constituents and folks out in the community, they might provide you dialogue about their particular road and work that needs to be done on that road. And it certainly could be one that we've identified as a need for some kind of road maintenance or improvement of that project. And you can see there that we have estimated costs. We have a year that it's potentially needed, but just like the bridge infrastructure table that we showed you, we're not going that far out because we don't have the revenue to sustain what we've got. And these are projects that should probably be done, some of them now, if not next year. But we cannot sustain those at the level that they're at. So it's just a list of those. And as funding opportunities come available, as we are able to get some grants, this is our go-to list to kind of look at to see, based upon the dollar amount that might be available, what project could we do to get it off of this unfunded project list. It's not all inclusive, certainly not all inclusive for the county. I don't want the public to think that if their road is not on that list, it's not a priority for the county public works department. It most likely is. It just is going to be further down the road than maybe some of these other projects. The other thing to note is that some of these are just to maintain the road, to add more gravel, to improve it, because you do lose material on gravel roads. Some of these roads should probably be improved. Northern portion of Applegate has a very large average daily traffic on that gravel road of 1,700 vehicles per day. Anything more than 400 should be a paved road and not a gravel road. It would reduce the maintenance, but the cost for paving roads that are currently gravel are, of course, a larger cost than just maintaining the existence of the gravel road moving forward. So as we're growing in the county, as we have developments, we have some of those potential growth projects you see on there that are improvement of the road and not necessarily just maintenance of what we've existing. And then the table on the left part of your screen, the unfunded projects needed now. As you guys all know, the cost of the projects now would total a certain dollar amount. As you continue to kick that can down the road into the future with inflation and other costs, those costs are going to cost you more in years to come than they would cost you today. So just wanted to put some of that stuff together in perspective, kind of show you kind of what we have for unfunded projects that aren't currently in this budget, so that you and also the public knows that we do look at these closely on a regular basis and reforecast when those improvements and efforts are needed but really are trying to balance that based upon the funding and the revenue that we have to tackle those projects. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate you giving us the picture to what we face out there and recognizing we all kind of have that general, we have a lot less resources than we have need. But when you see it, kind of put to black and white, it's eye-opening.
Thank you, Chairman. And for future reference, this is on page 127 in your budget books. It's at the very end of our, so that if you need to look at that in the future. It also has some additional roads on there that didn't have amounts in the next 4 years. So we just, in order for that to be seen on the screen, we had to reduce the size and.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the table in 127 is a little bit more roads, but we didn't project out those dollar amounts because we didn't have the funding to even fund the ones we had highlighted. So, but they're certainly on the list. So that's what we have today for the road, bridge, gas, fuel revolving fund. Just wanted to see if there's any other questions, and then we will certainly get back to Roger's request to just recap on all of Public Works and our ask of you for the general fund programs, but wanted to pause there first to see if there's any questions on these areas.
Thank you very much. Questions, commissioners, at this point?
Something that would be kind of handy to have as we're talking to people would be a couple of these slides on the escalation of costs. Could you send us copies of those so that?
Mr. Chairman,
as we're
yeah,
sitting there
and commissioners, I will certainly provide those slides to you, and I'll provide you the memo that I received from our construction coordinator that provided that data. So, yep,
Okay.
I will share those.
That'd be great.
Frank?
Just thank you, Chairman. In reference to page 124, you talked about this earlier. I'm just curious on the 2024 column. You have a list of projects. Are you anticipating all of those to be done in 24? Or are they all looking to be completed and spent in this year?
Thank you for that question. Chairman, Commissioners, Frank is noticing the 2024 list of budgeted projects. And those, let's see, Little Prickly Pear, Lost Horse Creek Road, North Beaver Creek Road, Glass Drive, Dalton Mountain Road, Head Lane. So those include, yes, I would say yes, they're completed. And if they're not completed, the balance remaining on those projects have been rebudgeted in 25. So you'll see, for example, on Glass Drive, there was 100,000 budgeted in 24. And in 25, we have the remaining balance of 70,000 that we expect to need to complete. Head Lane, we had budgeted the 800,000. We have a better engineer's estimate now. That project is at 759,860. So hopefully that answers your question. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, any other questions? All right, well, I noticed, well, first I'll say thank you to both of you. You've been presenting all day, it seems, and you've done a great job. Your budgets are well done and well presented, so thank you for that. Really appreciate it. Audrey, you've always been a key to this process and to making sure that Public Works has always been department with I's dotted and T's crossed. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Chairman Henhausen, but I couldn't do it without my team. I have a really great team of managers that help me put this together. And if there's any mistakes in here, it's my fault. All the good information is all due to them.
Good,
So-
and that's where I was going next. There's 3 superstars sitting behind you. And just want to thank you all for your great work in your individual areas. It is recognized not only throughout this and the budget process, what we do, but day to day, you come forward with great projects and always a way to try and get them done with what we have or with partnerships. And then, we just appreciate the way you do your work as well. I do. I know the others do as well, but I don't want to speak for them. So we just, the team is great and, going through the shop work, Dustin, great job and all the work you do and making sure that we have equipment that's available for these guys to get out in the world and do their work as well as making sure that shop is equipped properly and we do the best with what we have. And we've talked earlier today about the master plan for the entire complex and for public works and the dreams we have and the phases that may come. But there's this reality piece as well. And you guys always do wonderful with what you have. You get done what we can, what we have. And the answer is usually, well, let's see how we can get that done versus, no, we can't do that. Sometimes the answer is no, we can't do everything. But I really appreciate how you do your work and the citizens, I hope, do as well. So thank you. Commissioners, anything else you'd like to add about Public Works and their budget presentations?
Well done.
Frank or Roger, anything else you want to add?
Oh, thank you. Just thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I do have the numbers for the CIP general fund requests.
Oh.
The total, if you want me to summarize that really quick, just before we
Sure.
close.
Sure.
So again, this is just overall summary of all of Public Works. You guys heard a lot of information on Tuesday and today as well. As Frank and Roger and you all contemplate the whole budgets as a whole from a county, feel free to reach out to us if you guys need more information on the Public Works items. Most of the time, we evaluated the current budget and our appropriation request based upon the revenue that comes in without a large increases. We tried to highlight those if there were those increases or decreases associated with those budgets. So the one that we do have some increases on for the general fund programs, just to summarize a little bit. Public Works Administration, the fiscal year 24 contribution was 32,500. Our ask in fiscal year 25 is 50,000. So for Public Works Administration, the increase amount is 18,500 for next fiscal year. For Special Districts Administration and our Rural Improvement Program and Special Districts, fiscal year contribution was 10,000 in the budget. However, typically we're usually around the $30,000 range, just to kind of give you that background. So our fiscal year 24 contribution was 10,000. For fiscal year 25, our ask is 100,000. That's a $90,000 increase for Special Districts Administration for that master plan implementation. The Noxious Weed Control Program, fiscal year 24 contribution was $35,000. For fiscal year 25, the ask is $150,000. The weed department not only has the staff and the seasonal employees, they have a lot of equipment for storage as well as a greenhouse, as well as herbicides and water and materials. So when you look at a phase 2 implementation of the master plan, that cost contribution for their proportion is going to be higher than some of the other programs areas. Well, that's why it's quite a bit larger, because there's a lot of support needed for space and equipment storage and chemicals and staffing during the summer seasons of that activity. So fiscal year 24 contribution was $35,000. Fiscal year 25 ask is $150,000 or $115,000 increase. A total general fund ask for the master plan totals $222,500 for the master plan activities of the general fund increase for the public works departments. That are related only to the master plan, yes. Over and above the fiscal year 24 request. The second one we highlighted quite a bit today was the bridge infrastructure request of increase of to 450,000 from 300,000 or 150,000 increase for bridge infrastructure. So master plan is 222,500 above and beyond fiscal year 24's request for just our general normal capital improvement contribution, and then the bridge infrastructure piece associated with that. So just wanted to help summarize that a little bit.
Thank you for clarifying.
Bridge is what now? Tell me the bridge again.
Sorry, Chairman, Commissioner Rolfe, I didn't quite hear your question.
The bridge amount.
The bridge amount, sure. The bridge infrastructure amount is an increase of 150,000. So it was 300,000. It's our request today is up to 450,000, so an increase of 150. And we appreciate your guys' time and the work that you have to do before you to pull all this stuff together and make some key decisions that you have
Yeah.
for the county's budget. So thank you.
Well, we'll say it again, you know, that we really appreciate people expressing their needs to us and helping us understand what they need to do their work. And we do have to balance that against all of the needs across the whole county family with pressure on the general fund. So we'll be doing that over the next month and trying to figure out what we can do. Hopefully we can do a lot, but there are some things we won't be able to do. So anyway, thank you all for being here and doing this. And I said superstars, I mentioned Dustin, but Kevin and Dan are here as well. Thanks for all you do. Appreciate your work. So commissioners, anything else you want to add to today's meeting?
No.
All right, how about public comment on this part of the Public Works budget? Any public comment? Any public comment? Okay, hearing no public comment. We will ask for any public comment that is not on our agenda today, but on any item that's not on our agenda today, but under the jurisdiction of the commission. Any public comment? Anything further, Frank or Roger? All right, well, it's been a good day. We've been here since 9 a.m. in some way, shape, or form. So we will, commissioners, stand adjourned. Thank you.